Xianxia looked back and said, "Now that the Divine Cloud Palace and the Long family have formed an alliance, if Lord Duantian wants to, you can directly send a message to the Divine Cloud Palace or the Long family. I still have something to do, so I won't say much. I'll take my leave." Without waiting for Chun Duantian to ask them to stay, the three of them turned into beams of light and left. The elders in the Hall of Swords immediately began to discuss loudly. Many of them were dissatisfied and all kinds of complaints could be heard. Who the hell is he? He's so arrogant. In my opinion, that Li Yunxiao just wants to be the leader of the alliance. Who the hell is he? Who the hell does he think he is to rule the world? Who doesn't know that Chu Hongyan and Feini are his old lovers? With the support of the Divine Cloud Palace and the Long family, he will definitely be pushed to the position of Alliance Master. We can't form an alliance, or our Blade sect will be swallowed up. But this alliance is not bad. The world is in chaos now. Why don't we form factions and find other sects to join forces? We'll definitely be able to stand tall. It's easy to say. There's not much point in finding some second-rate sections. If we're all from the 7 great sects, this alliance master will definitely cause disputes. Chun Duantian heard all kinds of discussions, and he was upset. He shouted, "Everyone, stop!" The entire sword hall quieted down, and all eyes were on him. "Sect leader, you seem to be impatient. Could it be that you're troubled by this matter?" An elder mustered his courage and asked, "At most, we won't form an alliance and just treat it as if they never came. There's no need to worry." That's right, that's right. The rest of the people also agreed. If Gu Feiyong and Chu Hongyan had arrived 2 hours earlier, I would have declined the alliance if the Blade sect could not be the leader. Chun Duantian sighed. But at this moment, he sighed. Another long sigh came out. When the elders heard it, they all felt pressured and looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. They had been in the Blade sect for so many years, but they had never seen Chun Duantian in such a dejected state. Could it be that Wu Deshang? An elder asked with a frown. The crowd then remembered Wu Deshang's incident and asked in surprise, "Who is that Wu Deshang? I've never seen his name in the intelligence system of our sect. What is the thing under the sword peak that Wu Deshang mentioned? Why have we never heard of anything under the sword peak?" Everyone thinks that the spirit energy on the Blade Ridge and Sword Peak is derived from the land and the 2 divine weapons that were used to bring it down, Chun Duantian said. That's not wrong. However, there's something else that's suppressed under the 2 peaks, and that's a dragon horn from the true dragon. The sword hall suddenly fell silent. After a long while, there was an uproar. "The remains of a true dragon?" one of the elders asked in shock. "How could this thing still exist?" Chun Duantian shook his head. For countless years, all the previous sect masters had their own speculations, but they were only speculations. No one knew why the dragon horn was suppressed below back then. Perhaps it was cut off by these 2 divine weapons. The problem now is that the true dragon's horn is indeed under the mountain. Those elders couldn't react for a long time before saying, "How did Wu Deshang know about such confidential information? I'd like to know about that as well," Chun Duantian said. "But the most important thing now is how to protect the dragon horn. Although I don't think Wu Deshang can take it away, I've been feeling uneasy recently. I thought it was because I was stuck at a bottleneck in my cultivation and had developed an inner demon, but now it seems like it has something to do with this. Wu Deshang's strength is at most on par with our sect masters," an elder said. "We have the geographical advantage, so why should we be afraid of him?" "Hee, well said. It really makes one's blood boil." Wu Deshang's voice suddenly resounded in the Hall of Swords. In the center of the hall, countless golden runes flew up and turned into a universe light plate. Wu Deshang sat on it with his legs crossed and his face full of smiles. All the voices in the hall came to a stop, and the crowd rose to their feet, surrounding him in a formation. Chun Duantian clenched his fist and pointed his light blue sword at Wu Deshang. All the killing intent was locked on him, and the atmosphere in the hall was suppressed to the extreme, ready to be triggered at any moment. "Is the Blade sect that unfriendly? We've already fought just now, so let's talk about serious business." Wu Deshang stopped smiling. "The important thing is to leave," Chun Duantian said coldly. The Blade sect doesn't allow outsiders to act atrociously, let alone steal the inheritance of our ancestor. Ancestor's legacy? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wu Deshang laughed wildly and said, "Since you know that's the horn of a true dragon, it should be the ancestor of the dragon's descendants. What does it have to do with you humans? Chen Duantian, don't blame me for not giving you a choice. I have a lot of true treasures in my hands, so you can choose anyone to trade with." With a wave of his hand, a colorful ribbon suddenly appeared in the air. It was inlaid with more than 10 treasures, and it exuded a powerful spiritual pressure. All the elders' eyes suddenly opened wide, staring at those treasures for a moment, unable to take their eyes off them. A few people were even more racking their brains. They seemed to have heard of it in the legends, but they couldn't remember it, so they were scratching their heads in anxiety. Chun Duantian was also stunned. He calmed down and looked through the items one by one, only to be shocked. Heavens! That's a treasure sand rui. The silver feather bottle. That's the silver feather bottle. The two elders cried out one after another. They were both extremely excited, and their eyes were filled with greed. Although they couldn't recognize the rest of the treasures, they must be of the same grade. Everyone's hearts were burning with excitement. There were more than 10 of them. Wu Deshang looked at everyone's eyes proudly and said, "Hurry up and choose. I've always dealt fairly. Each of these treasures is worth as much as the dragon horn." An elder suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "Sect leader, this person must stay. Kill him and these treasures will be ours." Chun Duantian's sword was still pointed at Wu Deshang, and his heart was struggling. He would never agree to exchange for the dragon horn, unless the other party took out a holy weapon. Perhaps he would consider it again and again. The value of the treasures in front of him was too great, and he was at a loss about whether to kill and rob them. Wu Deshang looked at him with a cold smile and suddenly said, "Since this lord dared to show these things, naturally I am not afraid of you. It is better for Darren to be smart." Chun Duantian's heart jolted as he came to a sudden realization. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he sheathed his sword with a clang. "You can go. I won't exchange the dragon horn." "Humph. It's not up to you to change or not." Wu Deshang's face darkened. He immediately put away the treasures in the air and rushed out of the sword palace, heading toward the center of the blade and sword peaks. "No!" Chun Duantian was shocked and shouted, "Don't you dare leave!" More than 10 rays of light immediately flew out and chased after him. Suddenly, he noticed that Wu Deshang had stopped in front of him and was looking ahead with a gloomy face. Thousands of feet in front of him, Yunxiao and the other two were standing with their arms crossed, looking at him with a smile. Chun Duantian and the others were taken aback. Without even greeting Yunxiao, they hurriedly surrounded Wu Deshang. "Wu Deshang," Yunxiao said with a smile, "you said that we were fated to meet. I believe you now. You knew I was coming back, so you waited for me here?" Wu Deshang asked with a gloomy face. "Although I don't know what you're going to do," Yunxiao said. "Since you haven't achieved your goal, you'll definitely come back. Besides, you have the Disk of Universe, so it'll be very convenient for you to come back. So I thought, why don't we try our luck and see how our fate is?" Cheyu laughed coldly. "Let's see how you can escape this time. The universe light plate won't work anymore." Wu Deshang's face was livid. After a long silence, he said, "All right, I'll admit defeat, but it's too difficult for you to make me stay, so why don't we just forget about it and go our separate ways?" "You can't. If you want to leave, leave your treasures behind," an elder shouted. Wu Deshang turned around and shot the elder a murderous look. The elder's face turned pale and he took a few steps back. Wu Deshang sneered and gave him the middle finger. "The treasure is yours, we won't take it," Chun Duantian said in a deep voice. "However, I also hope that you will not have any designs on the Blade sect. As long as you make an oath, you will be able to retreat safely." Cheyu snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. "All right, I swear." Wu Deshang laughed out loud. Everyone was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to be so straightforward. Wu Deshang raised his hand to the sky and swore, My big brother Wu swears that he will get his hands on the dragon horn at the foot of the blade ridge and the sword peak in this life. Otherwise, he will die a horrible death. You can die. Chen Duantian was furious. He immediately thrust his blue sword at his opponent's forehead. He even dared to make an oath. It seemed that the idea of making the other party give up was too naive. The only way was to fight to the death. What? Dragon horn? Che Yu was also shocked as he looked down in confusion. Wu Deshang laughed wildly and glanced at the crowd with an extremely conceited look. The formless true self suddenly stabbed out and collided with the blue sword, causing circles of sword light to spread out. The elders of the Blade sect were all affected by the sword light and flew back 1,000 feet. In the mountains, the two of them were fighting each other. Both of them used extremely fierce moves. Sword chi was everywhere, and the sky and earth cracked. Xiao Lizi, what do you think of his sword doctrine? Che Yu's brows furrowed deeply. Yun Xiao's face was also solemn, and he never missed a glance. Strong, very strong. Not only does he have a deep comprehension of sword essence, but his combat techniques are also extremely powerful. Who is this person? Chu Hongyan said, Chen Duantian's sword momentum is sharp and fierce. It's as dangerous and beautiful as this majestic mountain range. But I can see that he's impatient. If we don't fight for a long time, I'm afraid he'll lose first. That's right. Yun Xiao nodded. Chen Duantian is a little impatient, and he will be defeated if he loses his mind first. This time, keep a close eye on him. We can't let him escape. All three of them were on their guard. Suddenly, Yun Xiao's pupils turned blood red as he looked over at the world. At the same time, the red sword killer flew out and thrust at them without any warning. Wu Deshang's expression changed drastically. The power of the moon eyes had directly sealed off his essence force circulation. Although it was only for an instant, it was fatal. Chen Duantian was overjoyed. He seized the opportunity and thrust his sword at Wu Deshang's throat. Suddenly, a golden light shone, and golden scales began to form on the surface of Wu Deshang's body, covering his body like armor. Clang! The azure sword stabbed into the scales, and a ring of golden light spread to every scale. The scales all over his body glowed with a brilliant light. Chen Duantian was shocked. His sword had indeed pierced into the scale, but it seemed to have been absorbed by the entire scale armor, and the sword chi had been dispersed throughout his body. In an instant, Wu Deshang was freed from the shackles of the moon pupil. He hit the sword with his palm, making a sharp, kangqiang sound. His body turned into an afterimage and moved sideways. It was the true dragon avatar. Swish! Yun Xiao's sword missed its target and swept across the air, stirring up lotus flowers as it chased after Yun Xiao. Wu Deshang was not in a hurry. He leaped backward, but the sword in his hand slashed lightly. Swish! The 7 lotus flowers were all cut in half, but they didn't explode. They just burned in the air for a long time. Yun Xiao was shocked. He had never heard of someone who could cut through the ice fiend heart flame. Wu Deshang's body flickered and teleported thousands of feet away. He threw out the universe light plate, and countless golden runes flew up, tearing open the passage. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword shadows descended and turned into a sea of swords. With a bang-bang sound, they destroyed those symbols. Chu Hongyan pierced through the void. With one strike of her sword, the earth fiend condensed and countless rules swirled around the sword as it slashed at the cosmic light plate. Wu Deshang was anxious. He quickly put away the universe light plate and dodged in the air to avoid the sword. His body technique was light and he took hundreds of steps in an instant. It contained the laws of the heavenly Tao. At a glance, all the afterimages overlapped and actually looked like a golden dragon. However, Chu Hongyan's sword will was too strong, kept hitting the dragon's body. Even though it had dodged a large amount of sword chi, many of them still hit the golden scales, making a bang-bang sound and causing countless golden lights to flash. You and I are so fated. Don't leave today, stay for a chat. With Yun Xiao's sword incantation, countless sword shadows flew out and turned into the myriad sword diagram. The clouds in the sky rolled and twinkled with starlight. At the same time, the Zixiao sword also sensed the sword intent of the million sword illustration. The 72 gemstones flickered one by one, and the sword intent surged from the mountains and rivers to correspond with the heavenly star. Wu Deshang's expression really changed this time. The terrifying sword chi waves swept across the universe, and everything was going to be destroyed by this sword formation. Chun Duantian and the Blade Sex Elder retreated in shock as well. They looked at the sword formation from afar, completely stunned. Suddenly, Che Yu's body trembled. He said in shock, "That's Ying Luo." His two dragon eyes opened wide as he stared at the million sword illustration. Wu Deshang's body shook and turned into a golden dragon in the sword formation. His whole body was covered with scales and looked extremely majestic. Yun Xiao and Chu Hongyan were also shocked. After the dragon appeared, its body swayed, and a dragon domain stretched out, along with clouds and mist. The 5 claws clawed into the sea of swords and hit the air waves of the sword formation, making a deafening sound. Ong! A dragon's roar was heard, shaking the 9 heavens. The golden claw kept hitting the sword wave, and with each hit, it shattered a little. After hundreds of strikes, a golden light finally cracked the sword formation. How could Yun Xiao let him go? He moved and entered the array on his own, then slashed the red sword at the dragon's head with a scorching flame. The 2 lantern-sized eyes of the golden dragon shot out endless hatred. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of green light, which collided with the sword chi with a loud sound. Boundless flames spread out, and many of them landed on the dragon's body, charring its golden scales black. Ong! The golden dragon let out a few painful roars and turned around to drill into the crack. Soon after, the dragon's tail swayed, and the universe disk was thrown out. It let out an urgent schwa-schwa sound, and symbols gushed out like a spring. The surrounding space instantly became chaotic, the rules were completely broken, and all the sword intent was swallowed by the storm. The golden dragon's figure also disappeared into the crack, leaving only the universe light plate that was still wreaking havoc. Not good. This profound level weapon is going to explode. Yun Xiao was horrified. He was the closest to the disk, so he could feel the terrible tearing force of space. His imperishable golden body flickered unsteadily as it was about to be completely devoured. Flying! Chu Hongyan was shocked. The space within a radius of hundreds of miles was completely disrupted, and the rules were completely destroyed by the universe light plate. Even the Blade Ridge and Sword Peak were in a trance, as if they were about to be reversed. The Blade Sex buildings on the 2 mountain ridges were completely destroyed, and countless disciples flew up from the mountains like ants. They wailed in horror and disappeared in the air. What was even more miserable was that they were directly torn apart by the spatial power and turned into blood. Yun Xiao was the closest to the disk, so he used all his strength to resist the devouring and tearing force of the space. He was overwhelmed with horror and despair. The universe light plate was activating all of its power. Wu Deshang had completely abandoned this item before he left. "Let's go!" Yun Xiao shouted at Chu Hongyan, who was trying her best to come over. "Hurry up and leave!" "No, I'm not leaving." Chu Hongyan gritted her teeth. Holding the sword in her hand, she relied on the sword intent to stabilize her body in the storm and moved forward step by step. Yun Xiao was both anxious and angry. If Chu Hongyan had come a few hundred feet closer, she would have been unable to break free, just like him. He made up his mind and suddenly raised his sword. Countless stars flickered in the storm and suddenly stabbed out. Clang! An ear-piercing sound spread out as the sword death slashed the red banner onto the universe light plate and exploded with boundless light. Boom! As if heaven and earth had collapsed, the disk of universe exploded in an instant and then disappeared into an endless black hole, which swallowed Yun Xiao. The black hole instantly expanded to 100 feet wide. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom, and it led to the endless universe. Chu Hongyan let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was mournful and sorrowful, but it was of no use. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the black hole in the sky. With the disappearance of the universe light plate, the distortion of space also returned to normal. The blade ridge and sword peak shifted their positions. A large number of blade sect disciples stood in the distance in shock, not knowing what was going on. Gulp! After a long time, the sound of the elders swallowing their saliva could be heard, as if they could not believe it. The handsome and tall mountains had completely changed their appearance. They were like wolves, and only the shapes of swords and sabers could be seen. Even Heaven City was affected. Large areas of houses were turned into dust, and countless people were killed or injured. The black hole in the sky was like a disk that was fixed there without any energy fluctuation. It was like a dead object that wouldn't be destroyed for a long time. Chu Hongyan looked at it in a daze for a long time until Che Yu came over and comforted her. "Don't worry, little Li won't die. He's been through so many storms and waves, and it's not the first time he's been swallowed by this black hole." But Chu Hongyan still found it difficult to accept the fact that Yunxiao had been swallowed. This black hole might lead directly to the void of the universe, and it's possible that he can't come back at all. Che Yu frowned. That may be true, but he has the Divine Realm tablet on him. It's the mark of this realm. The possibility of it being washed away is much smaller than staying in this realm. Chu Hongyan's body trembled and her face turned pale. She didn't dare to imagine it. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "What's that?" Everyone looked down and saw a warm light emitting from the blade ridge and sword peak, covering most of the mountain range. The light was exquisite and clear, and there was something crystal clear like jade inside. "Dragon horn!" Che Yu roared, his body was shaking. His eyes shined with a sharp light as he charged down. Chun Duantian's expression changed as well. He followed suit and shouted, "Stop! That belongs to the Blade sect, so don't even think about peeking at it." "Humph!" Che Yu snorted coldly. "It clearly belongs to the dragon race, yet you dare to claim it belongs to your Blade sect? Do you still have any face?" He could not be bothered to pay attention to Chun Duantian. The spirit energy emanating from the dragon horn was definitely the horn of a true dragon. Any dragon would go crazy, let alone him. The practicing body flickered a few times and rushed into the light, grabbing the dragon horn. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he was attacked by a vast dragon's might. The blood in his body trembled and he quickly retracted it. Chun Duantian took the opportunity to walk past him and grabbed the dragon horn in ecstasy. "Haha! Who said that the treasure will choose its owner? You thief!" As soon as he finished speaking, the green light flickered for a moment before transforming into the power of a barrier and striking Chun Duantian's hand. His entire body trembled violently as if he had been struck by lightning. In his shock, he hurriedly retracted his hand, but the power of the barrier did not seem to let him off and shook it off. Bang! Chun Duantian was thrown out of the green light and flew a few thousand feet away, blood splattering in the air. He had already suffered internal injuries. Everyone in the air was stunned. The elders who were about to rush down hurriedly stopped. Chu Hongyan was still immersed in the confusion of Yunxiao's disappearance. She looked at the treasure indifferently and just stared at it with a dull face. "Ha ha ha!" Che Yu laughed and looked at Chun Duantian with disdain. His body began to transform bit by bit, and in an instant, he turned into a dragon and reached out his 5 claws carefully. The dragon horn trembled slightly, and rings of green light spread out, rolling over Che Yu's dragon body. Che Yu trembled a few times before he stabilized himself. He continued to reach out and finally grabbed the dragon horn. "Ha ha ha!" Che Yu laughed excitedly, but after a few laughs, his dragon horn burst out with intense light that was blinding. It was as if a sun had been born in the mountain range, and it was so dazzling that one couldn't see what was inside. Chu Hongyan came back to her senses and looked at him in surprise. Even her divine sense was blocked by the power and she could not find out the details. The strong light lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it finally weakened. When all the light disappeared, a huge cave could be seen in the middle of the mountain range. It was the place where the dragon horn was trapped. Everyone sent their divine senses in, but the cave was empty. Che Yu was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Wufu?" Everyone was stunned. Yunxiao had just disappeared, and now another one had disappeared. Chun Duantian looked at the empty cave and his face turned dark. Palace Master Hongyan. I hope you can give me an explanation. Explain. Chu Hongyan was stunned for a moment, and then a sneer appeared in her eyes. She tied her hair and said indifferently, The Divine Cloud Palace welcomes you to ask for an explanation at any time. After he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and left without looking back, leaving the Blade sect members looking at each other. Yun Xiao was swept away by the explosion of the disc and fell into the endless void in an instant. The terrifying spirit pressure that burst out of the disc severely injured him, and his imperishable golden body was broken, causing him to almost faint. A golden light suddenly shot out of his body and turned into Noah's ship, which took him in. While Yun Xiao was seriously injured, he saw Yi Fan standing at the bow of the ship, facing forward, his face invisible. You've come out of seclusion? Yun Xiao asked. There was no reply. Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back, not moving. Yun Xiao frowned, not knowing what state he was in at the moment. Since he did not answer, he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ship and began to regulate his breathing. After an unknown period of time, he slowly entered a meditative state and entered a state of complete oblivion. The boat of promise shuttled for a long time before it finally disappeared into the endless night. At some point, Yun Xiao snapped out of his meditative state and slowly opened his eyes. All he saw was darkness, but it gave him a strange feeling. This place was definitely not the Void Universe, but it was boundless. He was still on Noah's ship, but Yi Fan had disappeared. As he was hesitating, Noah's ship directly turned into a golden light and disappeared into his body. Yun Xiao's heart stirred slightly when he found that Yi Fan was still in seclusion in the Divine Realm tablet, as if he had never moved. He didn't care about what had just happened and began to carefully observe the situation around him. Is this still the heavenly martial arts realm? I can't feel the laws of the world at all. He was shocked. Could it be that he has already left the realm of heavenly martial arts and was thrown into another spacetime by the void? If that was the case, then he would be in big trouble, and the possibility of returning to the realm of heavenly martial arts was very low. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew over from the front. Although it was soft, it was strong. It blew over Yun Xiao's body, evaporating the moisture on his skin and drying it in an instant. Astral winds. Yun Xiao was taken aback. Although the astral wind was not as powerful as the one that had sealed the Fiend Lord in the outer space, which had turned him into a crocodile, it was still very corrosive, and with the strength of his current divine body, a lot of water was blown away. A ring of astral wind also appeared around him, gradually transforming into a crocodile. Its eyes shot out a bright light, and it looked around like a hunting dog, as if it was looking for the source of the astral wind. Suddenly, the crocodile opened its mouth wide and pounced into the distance. Yun Xiao's long robe fluttered slightly, and another strong wind blew over. Before it could get close, it was swallowed by the crocodile. Then, the light in its eyes grew brighter, as if it was very satisfied, and it even let out a AOAO sound. You're really having a good time, Yun Xiao scolded with a smile. I wonder how many of these gales there are in this place. It seems that this space has been sealed for a long time, which has resulted in the formation of these things over the years. If I leave the realm of heavenly martial arts, I don't know how long it will take for me to return. He was unwilling to give up and continued to fly forward, hoping to find some clues. Several hours later, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, they still couldn't see the end. Among them, the crocodile had eaten 4 or 5 astral winds, and it was constantly crying out in joy and wagging its tail. Yun Xiao's heart grew heavier and heavier. Judging from the situation, he might have really been swallowed into an unknown space. Suddenly, another gust of cold wind blew from the front, and the crocodile happily pounced on it. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound. The crocodile was caught off guard and was actually shaken away by the astral wind. Then, 2 more squalls flew over and turned into human figures in the air. There were 3 people in total, including the one before. All 3 of them had gloomy faces. Their bodies were covered in black, and only their faces were pale. Looking at Xianxia and the crocodile, they were stunned, as if they were dumbfounded. Xianxia, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He had actually met someone, and whether they were friend or foe, it was far better than being exiled in the endless void. "Who are you?" he asked first, his face full of anticipation. The three men were stunned for a long time, and suddenly, their faces turned ferocious. Except for their heads, their bodies were covered in rolling black gas, and a cold wind was blowing under their feet as they pounced at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he cried out, "Demonic Qi!" The black Qi emitted from the rolling bodies of the three people was undoubtedly demonic Qi. Although he was shocked, he was still overjoyed. The greatest fear of humans came from the unknown. Although the demonic Qi was troublesome, it was not a problem for him. Moreover, although the three of them were not demonic fiends, they had not reached the level of the 10-directional deadly fiend, so it was very easy to deal with them. Bang! 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 Xianxia threw out a palm, and the three men exploded into the purest fiend energy. 3 gusts of wind blew out from within and spun up into the sky. The crocodile had been staring at the astral winds for a long time. As soon as it saw them, it pounced over and its body disintegrated in the air, turning into an even bigger hurricane that swallowed the 3 forces directly. Satisfied, it turned back into its crocodile form, wagged its tail, and crawled to Xianxia's feet. A monster formed from the combination of astral winds and demonic Qi. What was this place? If it was the devil world, there was no devil Qi at all. There's also a large amount of astral winds, which must have been formed from the accumulation of time in a sealed space. Xianxia looked around, and he was a little confused again. The 4 directions were exactly the same, and he could not tell the direction. The 3 monsters just now obviously didn't have any consciousness. At this moment, he hoped to meet something with consciousness so that he could at least know the current situation. Fly to the right. Suddenly, Mu Lingdi's voice came from the Divine Realm tablet. "Oh!" Xianxia was overjoyed. "You know this place, my lord?" "I have some guesses, but I'm not sure," Lingmu Di said. "I need further confirmation." With that, Yunxiao's body flickered with a white light, and Lingmu Di rode out of the void on the heaven-patrolling bulldog. Then, "Do you know if this place is still in the heavenly martial realm, my lord?" Yunxiao asked in a hurry. "I'm not sure," Lingmu Di said. "If the demonic Qi just now was born from the demonic realm, then even if this place is not the heavenly martial arts realm, it should not be too far away. It would not be difficult to go back." Seeing that Yunxiao did not understand, he explained, "The demonic Qi may overflow from the demonic realm and spread in all directions, but it can't be too far away. At most, it will gather in the small spaces around the demonic realm, or in the heavenly martial arts realm, which is very close to it." "I understand now," Yunxiao said. "Even if this place is not the heavenly martial realm, it must be a small space around the devil realm." "That's right," Lingmu Di nodded. "And if my guess is correct, this place should still be within the realm of heavenly martial arts." Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was still in the realm of heavenly martial arts, or not far away, he was at ease. After that, the 2 of them, a cow and a crocodile, flew forward to the right. Along the way, they were attacked by several monsters, all of which were beings without spiritual consciousness and were easily crushed. Several hours later, a scene appeared in front of him. Heaven and earth seemed to become flat, like a compressed oval. Countless astral winds and demonic Qi rolled violently in the oval, forming a vortex. At the center of the vortex, there were silver dots of light, like stars in the night sky, emitting a faint light. The astral winds and demonic Qi seemed to be shooting out from the silver center. "What is this place?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. Lingmu Di's expression had changed. He muttered to himself, "It's really the will of the heavens." "Heaven's will? Darren, what is this Ing Luo?" Yunxiao asked in confusion, but judging from Mu Lingdi's face, he had never seen him so serious. Lingmu Di looked at the eye of the vortex with a complicated look in his eyes. After a long time, he said, "This is the devil sealing grounds of the southern domain." "Ah!" Xiao cried out in surprise, as if he could not believe it. He also stared at the vortex in a daze. No matter how hard he tried to activate his wondrous spirit eyes, he could not see through it. Could it be that there's something wrong below? Devil Master Pu is indeed sealed here, Ling Mudi said. But the sealing was not a child's play. It was an absolute formation that used the power of a world and all the rules of 10 directions to set up. Now it seems that the power of the formation is too strong and has evolved on its own. I don't understand the current situation. The formation will transform into a Xianxia on its own. Xiao was completely stunned. All things had spirits, but that referred to things with physical bodies. Arrays were only condensed from rules, but could they also have spirits? What should we do now? He asked in a daze. To be honest, I don't know either. Ling Mudi shook his head. What he saw now was extremely different from the arrangement of years ago. It should be that the formation spirit had changed a lot on its own. Our every move should be under the formation spirit's watch. It would be great if we could communicate with it. Communicate with the array spirit? Xiao asked. How can we communicate? We just need to convey our own intentions, said Ling Mudi with a bitter smile. As for whether or not they're willing to communicate, it's up to them. You have to know that we're inside the formation right now, which means that we're inside his body. Is Lord Array Spirit here? Xiao asked in a loud voice. I'm Li Xiao, and I intruded here by accident. Please forgive me and let us leave. There was no response from the surroundings. He shouted a few more times, but no one answered. It's not impossible to force out the formation spirit, Ling Mudi said. You mean to break the array? Xiao asked. No, Ling Mudi shook his head. This formation is far more powerful than you can imagine. Can't be broken so easily. This was the array to seal the demon master. No matter what the array spirit's thoughts were, it was born to seal the demon master. So it carried an extremely strong mission and responsibility on its body. Even if it transformed into a spirit, it could not erase it. As long as we enter the vortex and touch the center of the seal, he will definitely appear to stop us. Xiao licked his dry lips and said worriedly, Will there be any changes when we make contact with the eye of the seal? Worry is unnecessary, Ling Mudi said. Without the permission of the formation spirit, it's impossible to get out of here. Do you want to stay here forever? Xiao knew that the array was powerful and had condensed the rules of a realm. Just the thought of it made his scalp tingle. He would not be able to break the array even if he cultivated to his death, let alone this array. Now, they could only hope that the formation spirit would let them go. At the thought of this, Xiao and the others immediately gathered their courage and walked toward the eye of the vortex. Even more powerful astral winds and demonic chi rolled out, blowing on their bodies and spinning back and forth. This bit of power was completely unable to cause any harm to the few of them. The crocodile also became cautious and did not dare to devour the astral winds at this time. They walked into the eye of the formation, and nothing unusual happened. After some hesitation, Ling Mudi said, Let's go down and take a look. He immediately flew down into the formation core like a bottomless abyss. Xiao could see everything clearly with his mystic Dharma eyes. The so-called array core was like a whirlwind, and the lower he went, the stronger the wind and demonic aura. An hour later, they saw a piece of land that looked like a barren mountain. It was full of strange stones and some strange trees, which were black like the surrounding environment. How can this be? Ling Mudi asked in shock. The land they were standing on was not an illusion, but solid. Xiao's magical spirit eyes flickered as he looked around for a while and said, Looking down from above, this piece of land looks like an island floating in the dark night. It's about tens of thousands of acres in size. It's been 100,000 years, said Ling Mudi. Any change can happen. The only thing I can be sure of is that the seal is still there, and it's been greatly weakened. What should we do now, my lord? Xiao asked. Why did land appear and seal into 2 layers of space? Ling Mudi asked. These are all very unexpected changes. Let's figure out the situation first. We have to be careful about why the formation spirit is hiding. Be careful of the formation spirit? Yunxiao was slightly startled, as if he had a bad feeling. This piece of land is not big, said Lingmu Di. Take some time to explore it. The two of them, a cow and a crocodile, immediately began to run wildly on the land. In addition to some black trees, there was also a small amount of moss climbing on the rocks. However, these mosses were extremely strange, emitting a long green light in the dark night. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew over and landed on the moss in front of him. It turned into a lizard-like demonic beast. It stretched out its long black tongue and rolled up all the moss on the stone surface. It swallowed it and then turned into cold wind in a flash, disappearing from the stone wall. The scene fell into the eyes of Lingmu Di and Yunxiao. The environment here is very special, Lingmu Di said. The monsters born here have the characteristics of both demons and demonic beasts. They should be influenced by both the realm of heavenly martial arts and the demon master Pu. Suddenly, spots of pale yellow light appeared in front of them, like the dim stars in the night sky, coming in large numbers. The two of them immediately stopped and looked at him coldly. The faint light was a kind of extremely small flying insects. They had carapaces like oatils, but their backs were full of black patterns. In addition, Yunxiao recognized the black pattern as a kind of rule symbol, which he had seen when the demon lord performed an incantation gesture. These things were born from being contaminated with demonic qi, Lingmu Di said. I can't tell their level. Be careful. Yunxiao's demonic eyes flickered as he said, Don't worry. Each of them only has the power of a martial emperor. However, their shells are very hard. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to break them. He took a step forward, raised his hand, and clenched his fist in the air. Pipa! With the heavenly hammer in his hand, he smashed it forward. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning gushed out like the tide. The lightning contained countless golden runes, and it engulfed all the beetles. Bang! Bang! The beetles exploded in the thunder world and were all blown to pieces in an instant. Not a single one was left. Yunxiao retracted the thunderbolt and suddenly cried out, Not good! The movement just now was too big, and it seemed to have alarmed many creatures. Many powerful auras came from all directions. There's nothing bad about it, Lingmu Di said. Let's see what's inside the seal. But a moment later, their faces turned ugly. There were hundreds and thousands of monsters surrounding them, and there were a large number of flying insects in the air. Not only that, but there were also many crawling insects running over from the ground, completely surrounding the two of them. The crocodile let out a low growl, as if it was a little afraid, and moved closer to the two. Lingmu Di's expression turned completely ugly. He said in a deep voice, There are so many creatures here. What's going on inside the seal? The ground not far away from their feet cracked, and an oval-shaped purple flower emerged from it. It bloomed in the air, revealing its ferocious teeth and facing the two of them. There were hundreds of flowers, and they were all shaking their heads and drooling. What I'm more concerned about than the number of these creatures, Yunxiao said vigilantly. Are they really here because of the alarm? Surround them but not attack? Are you saying that they are an organization? Lingmu Di asked in surprise. After these creatures appeared, they all surrounded the two of them. Demonic qi surged from their bodies, and they exuded a violent aura. However, they were as quiet as virgins. Obviously, Yunxiao said, but I don't know if their leader is the array spirit. Formation spirit? Who are you? How did you get in? A soft voice came from behind the countless monsters. The monsters instantly opened up a path for a man wrapped in a black robe several thousand feet away. He stood there quietly, staring at the two with eagle-like eyes. His face was particularly pale because he had been in the dark for many years. Yunxiao and Lingmu Di were both surprised and overjoyed. There was actually a creature with spiritual intelligence. Although they did not know whether it was a human, a demon, or a demon, they finally had a clue. And who are you? Why are you in this seal? Lingmu Di asked. A seal? The black-robed man was shocked and shouted, You guys came from the outside. The two of them frowned and carefully thought about the meaning of this sentence. They looked at each other and immediately understood each other's thoughts. This black-robed man was probably born in this seal, so he was someone inside. There were only 3 forces in this seal. The first was the astral winds that had accumulated over time, the second was the demonic chi that leaked out of the demon master, and the third was the sealing power of the formation itself. Most of these living creatures were born from the convergence of these 3 forces, so it could be considered an independent small world. Are you the leader of this place, sir? Xianxia cupped his fists and asked. You haven't answered my question, the black-robed man shouted. We are indeed from the outside, Xianxia said after thinking for a moment. We are from the outside. The black-robed man's body trembled and he said in a trembling voice, How did you guys get in? Is there a way to get out? What? Xianxia was taken aback as he asked in a daze. You don't have a way out either, sir? I was just about to ask you how to get out. The black-robed man stretched out his long, withered finger and rebuked. You lied to me. Since you can enter, you can naturally leave. Quickly tell me the way to leave. His figure moved, and it was like a black shadow floating over. The demons immediately became restless, and all of them pressed toward the center. The hundreds of strange purple flowers suddenly leaped up. The roots under the flowers became extremely long, like big mouths, and bit at the 2 of them. Other than the black-robed man, the other creatures weren't of high levels, but they were terrifyingly numerous. When they moved, their momentum was mighty. Xianxia flipped his hands, conjuring countless thunderbolts between his 10 fingers, which formed a net and shot out. In an instant, a green light flashed and a net of lightning spread out in front of him, covering an area of 100 feet. Pa! Pa! A few purple flowers landed on the lightning net and were immediately jolted away, letting out strange cries. Soon after, those who came down one after another were all struck by the lightning with a clang-clang sound. Some were even directly scattered, and banana leaf-sized petals floated everywhere. The broken petals fell to the ground and were directly swallowed by the soil. Soon, a new one grew out, bright and dripping. The soil was also constantly rolling, and a large number of ants crawled over. They were the size of soybeans, but their black bodies were protruding with scarlet teeth. The heaven-patrolling bulldog stomped with its front hooves. With a bang, the earth trembled and the soil churned. Countless light nets spread out from under its feet and extended out, killing a large number of insects. A buzzing sound came from the sky. The flying insects entered the gaps in the lightning net and hundreds of them flew in. The gator roared as it turned into a giant spirit and slapped down. Countless crescent-shaped wind blades appeared in his palm, and he swept them over. Ift! Ift! Hundreds of insects exploded under the wind blades, but they still continued to rush over. Afterward, the monsters also attacked. They were much stronger than the insects and flowers. Countless palm energies created layers of air waves that struck the lightning net, creating large amounts of electricity. To capture the bandits, first capture the king, Lingmu Di shouted. Xianxia suddenly retracted the electric net and slashed out with his sword. The sword Qi soared in the air and was invincible. In an instant, it cut a path through the chaotic group of monsters and headed straight for the black-robed man. With a flash of lightning, he teleported over and slashed down with the sword death. The black-robed man's face turned even paler. The power of that sword was not something he could block at all. He was scared silly on the spot. He had already noticed that these 2 people were not simple, so he had sent a group of subordinates to attack them. He wanted to sneak in and attack them, but he didn't know how the other party could find his hiding place so quickly. Xianxia's sword energy stopped a few inches in front of the man as he shouted, "Stop!" The black-robed man came back to his senses and let out a long roar. All the monsters stopped their attacks and became quiet. Xianxia's sword slowly descended and rested on the black-robed man's shoulder, almost touching his neck. The cold air made the black-robed man break out in a cold sweat. "It's much more convenient to talk like this," Xianxia said. "I'll ask you questions and you'll answer them. If I'm not satisfied, you don't have to answer them anymore. Do you understand?" The black-robed man's forehead was full of sweat, and his face turned even paler in fear. He hurriedly nodded. "Who are you?" Xianxia asked. "How did you get here?" The black-robed man rolled his eyes and said, "I'm called Piyu Tong. I was born in this place. Where else can I be?" Xiao's sword trembled slightly, and a bloody mark immediately appeared on Piyu Tong's neck. But the blood that oozed out was golden. Golden blood. Xiao's heart trembled, but he kept a straight face and said, "Answer whatever I ask you, and don't waste your breath on me." "Yes, yes." Piyu Tong's face was also pale with fear. He felt that every breath he took was filled with the sharp sword chi. Not only did his neck hurt, but his heart and lungs also hurt. "Since your surname is Piyu," Xianxia continued, "are you a clone of Devil Lord Piyu? And the leader of this place?" Shock flashed through Piyu Luo's eyes, but he didn't dare to act rashly and said honestly, "Not a clone, but all the demon race people here were born from the demonic chi overflowing from Lord Piyu's body. I can be considered the leader of this floor." Xianxia was stunned. "All the demons? This level? How many demons are there in total, and how many levels are there?" Lingmu Di also frowned. Piyu Luo said, "There are a total of 33 levels here. Every level has a large number of living creatures. The lower you go, the stronger they are. That's because the lowest level is where Master Piyu sealed himself." 33rd level. Both Xianxia and Lingmu Di cried out in surprise, and they were dumbfounded. How much power was needed to create the 33rd level of space? It was already equivalent to splitting the heaven and earth. Seeing their surprised expressions, Piyu Tong felt strange. However, under the pressure of the sword power, he didn't dare to ask, "Are there leaders like you on all 33 floors?" Xianxia continued, "Are there any?" Piyu Luo said, "That's right. The further down we go, the stronger the devil chi and astral winds are. The more benefits we'll obtain from cultivating inside. That sealing power is also extremely helpful for cultivation. That's why powerful beings don't want to come up and try to go down." Xianxia and Xianxia both looked surprised. Although Piyu Tong was not strong, only God knew what level of existence they would encounter in the lower 33 floors. Moreover, the two of them thought of one thing at the same time. The 33 layers of space formed by the power of the seal must have become extremely weak. The demon master was overflowing with astonishing demonic chi, and he probably did not have much power left. Lingmu Di sighed. "It seems that it's difficult for them to recover to the past, be it the emperor or the general. In the end, it wasn't us who defeated the Fiend Lord, but time." Xianxia remained silent. The Fiend Lord had descended on him twice, but the power he showed was only at the level of Di. It turned out that his fiend energy had been lost. "Now that we're about to leave this sealed land, is there any way?" he continued to ask. "So you really don't know how to leave?" Piyu Luo was stunned for a moment. He immediately became dejected and sighed. "If I knew how to leave this place, would I still be here in fear, on tenterhooks? Aren't you the leader of this floor?" Xianxia frowned. "What's there to be worried about?" Piyu Tong said bitterly, "This level is the 32nd level. You must have come from the 33rd level, right? That level is like a land of exile to us, without any cultivation resources. And the 32nd level could only grow these low-level creatures. Although there were many of them, they were useless. I lived on the 11th floor for a long time and I was doing well. Later, I was ambushed and was seriously injured, so I escaped." He gritted his teeth as he spoke, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Xianxia was speechless. Where there were people, there would be a martial world, and even this sealed land was no exception. "Which floor have you been to at the very least?" asked Lingmu Di. Piyu Luo said, "I've been to the 5th level. At that time, I was summoned by Lord Pu Li to fight with Lord Pu Shu. That battle was really earth-shattering. A large number of experts died and the demonic chi was devoured and divided by the others. I also survived that battle and ate a lot of other people's demonic chi. That's how I have my current cultivation and was given the position of manager by Master Pu Li. Unfortunately, I was ambushed by someone. The two of them frowned when they heard this. Not only did this place give birth to a large number of living creatures, but it also formed many gangs and factions, forming many forces. It was simply inconceivable. So, is this guy called Pu Li the manager of the 5th floor now? Xianxia asked. Piu Tong shook his head and explained. Starting from the 6th floor, each floor has a manager. Some manage a floor by themselves, while some manage a floor with several people. However, from the 2nd to the 5th floor, they were managed by 3 lords, Pu Li, Pu Shu, and Piu Zai. For countless years, for the control of the first few layers, there were countless killings and the managers changed for many generations. In the end, the 3 lords came to an agreement to jointly manage the lower layers, and this avoided the disputes. Then do you know that there's an array spirit in the 33rd level? Lingmu Di asked, puzzled. Formation spirit? Piu Tong shook his head and said, I don't know. However, it is rumored that there are more powerful people in the 2nd layer. However, small figures like us can't get in touch with them. We don't know if it's true or not. If there is one, it might be the formation spirit you all were talking about. It seems that we have to go to the 2nd floor to find out the details of this seal and array, Xianxia said. I'll have to go there. Piu Tong was frightened, looking at the two of them in surprise. Although the two of you are strong, you are definitely no match for the 3 lords. Let alone the 2nd level, even the 3rd level will be difficult to pass. The 3rd level? Lingmu Di asked. Don't the 3 lords live on the 2nd floor, which is closest to the Demon Master's territory? Piu Tong shook his head. Most of the 3 masters live on the 3rd floor. They rarely go to the 2nd floor. After all, the 2nd floor is too close to Master Piu. No one knows what kind of danger there may be. Xianxia and Lingmu Di exchanged a look. They were almost certain that there must be something more powerful on the 2nd floor. Let's go. We'll go to the 2nd level and find the true ruler of the 33rd level. Lingmu Di looked at Piu Tong and made a hand gesture. Please lead the way. Lead the way. Piu Tong was startled. He begged. Please spare me, my lords. I only dare to do whatever I want on the 32nd floor. I'm just a nobody on the 5th floor. I haven't even been to the 4th floor. How can I take you? The two of you should find someone else. Then let's go to the 5th floor first, Xianxia said. Don't play any tricks, or I'll kill you as easily as killing an ant. Piu Tong's face was a little pale. However, if he sneaked into the 5th floor, he would be discovered easily as long as he was careful. He rolled his eyes and said, It's not a problem for me to take the two of you to the 5th level. However, I hope the two of you can help me with something. I have an enemy on the 11th level. I hope the two of you can help me kill that enemy. Xianxia slightly tilted his sword and pressed it against Piu Tong's neck. A stream of golden blood flowed down as he said coldly, The benefit of letting you lead the way is that you can exchange it for your life, and you're even giving me other conditions. Piu Tong was so scared that his face turned pale. He said hurriedly, I don't dare. I'll take the 2 lords down first. Xianxia stared at the golden blood and said, Do all the living beings here have golden blood? Piu Tong shook his head. Not necessarily. Those with golden blood all have purer devil essence. They can be considered as Master Piu's direct descendants. He revealed a proud expression. I see, Xianxia said. Let's go. He put away his sword and let Piu Tong lead the way. Piu Luo instantly felt the pressure on him disappear and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to act rashly and led the two of them in flying. On the 32nd floor, they didn't encounter any other creatures. After all, Piu Tong was the master of the 1st floor, so no creatures dared to approach her. After several hours, they finally saw a vortex that looked like a nebula. They flew in. The 31st level was obviously more oppressive than the 30th level. The demonic chi and astral winds inside were also stronger. The few of them had a peaceful journey. Occasionally, they would encounter some blind monsters, but they were all killed by Piu Tong, and the devil chi was devoured by him. Moreover, the space below seemed to become smaller layer by layer. The entire space of the 33 layers seemed to be conical in shape. The top layer was the largest, and the 2nd layer was the smallest. This was in line with the inference that space had evolved from the seal. The lower they went, the more powerful the creatures were, but their numbers were also decreasing. Unlike the floor under Pu Tong's control, where thousands of monsters would gather at once. Several days later, he finally reached the 11th floor, which was the place Pu Tong used to control. His eyes were filled with a gloomy look. The few of them continued to fly. Suddenly, four beams of light appeared in front of them. They flickered and arrived in front of them. They shouted, "Who is it? Stop!" Along the way, they encountered many obstacles, but there were very few creatures with intelligence. Although the four people in front of them looked strange, and one of them even had a pair of wings on his back, it was clear that they all had intelligence. "You four guard dogs, why don't you recognize this lord?" Pu Luo sneered. The four of them were shocked. The single-horned monster at the front cried out, "Pu, weren't you expelled from the 11th floor and never to return?" Another person cried out in shock. Pu Luo said coldly, "Never return? Humph. The day I return will be the day that Pu too dies." The four of them were shocked. They immediately turned around and wanted to leave. With their current strength, they were no match for Pu Tong. "You want to leave? Ha ha ha." Pu Tong laughed wildly. He flicked his right hand, conjuring a long spear and thrusting it forward. One of them was caught off guard. In a panic, he tried to grab the spear with both hands, but he could not stop it. With a chi, the spear pierced through his heart. Ha ha ha. Pu Luo's eyes were filled with the anger and joy of revenge. He opened his mouth, which was the size of a round table, and swallowed the man. His stomach bulged with a rumble. He touched it with his hand and digested it, returning to normal. The other three people were even more shocked and fled for their lives. In the blink of an eye, they had flown several thousand feet away. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Pu Tong hurriedly turned around and said, "My lords, we can't let them escape. If Pu Tu finds out that we're here, he'll definitely send an army to stop them. It'll be troublesome then." Xianxia stared at him gloomily and said in a cold voice, "You brought us here on purpose, right?" A stream of killing chi materialized and locked Pu Tong like a strong wind. If he moved, he would be ground into a meat paste. Pu Tong shivered in fear and said with a trembling voice, "No, no." His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and his flickering eyes clearly showed that he was lying. Xianxia snorted heavily. With a flash of inspiration in his eyes, the killing intent immediately cut into Pu Tong's shoulder and cut off one of his arms. "Ah!" Pu Tong screamed. He was in so much pain that his head was covered in cold sweat. However, he didn't dare to move. His teeth were chattering as he looked at the scene in fear. Xianxia retracted his killing intent and said coldly, "This is a small punishment. If there's a next time, I'll directly cut off your head." "Yes, yes. Thank you for your mercy, my lord." Pu Tong nodded continuously. He didn't dare to restore his empty arm. It was only then that Xianxia's eyes turned into blood as he looked into the distance. The three men who were running away suddenly froze, and the space around them changed. The three of them flew for a long time before they suddenly discovered that the space had changed, and they had returned to their original spot. Their faces turned pale, and they knew that they had encountered an expert and could not escape. Pu Tong was also dumbfounded, and his heart was cold. He had indeed brought Xianxia and the others here on purpose to provoke these four people, and he had even let a few of them go so that they could inform the others. Seeing that the three of them had flown thousands of feet away, they must have escaped, so they quickly put on an act and asked Xianxia for help, who knew that this person's magical ability was so powerful that he could directly distort space and shrink the distance of several thousand feet into inches, making the three people return to their original point. The other three and Pu Tong were petrified. They stood still, not knowing what to do. "Do it now," Xianxia said coldly. "If you want to kill me, do it now." Pu Tong's body trembled. He immediately came back to his senses and shouted, sweeping the devil spear toward the three of them. He was strong enough to kill the four of them, but he let them go on purpose. He didn't dare to be rash now. Although he only had one arm left, he still had more than half of his strength. The three of them were already in despair, and they had lost all their fighting spirit. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, they were killed by Piu Tong. After he swallowed them, their broken arms recovered a lot. "Let's go," he said. Yun Xiao said coldly. Piu Tong trembled and didn't dare to play any more tricks. He hurriedly flew towards the vortex of the 11th level with the others. After that, the road was very smooth, and there were very few obstacles. He didn't know if there were fewer creatures, or if Piu Tong had become more obedient. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the 5th floor. Astonishing devilish chi rolled out, not any weaker than the ancient devil's well, causing everyone to be shocked. Piu Tong stopped and said, "I can't go down there as I please. From the 5th floor onwards, I'm under the control of the 3 masters. If I go down without permission, it would be disrespectful to the 3 masters. It's enough to be sentenced to death." Yun Xiao looked at the vortex, but his divine sense could not reach the bottom at all. "Then, how do we find the entrance to the 4th floor if we go down by ourselves?" Piu Luo said, "I still know the location of the 4th level's entrance. I'll tell you the specific direction. However, I didn't enter the 4th level either." With a flash between his eyebrows, he turned the coordinates he knew into divine sense and flicked it at Yun Xiao. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yun Xiao had basically figured out the location. "If that's the case, you can leave. But if you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences." Piu Tong's expression was a little strange. "The coordinates I gave you are real. But I'm not worried that you will come back and find trouble with me. Because if you want to go to the 2nd floor, you will definitely be killed by the 3 masters. I'm sure of that." Yun Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and looked behind him. A large amount of black light flickered, and soon, dozens of figures appeared and surrounded them. The faces of those figures were basically human-shaped with the characteristics of the demon clan. They were all black, and some were even covered in scales. Only a few were in the form of beasts and birds, all of which exuded a powerful aura. "Lord Piu Chi." Piu Tong's face changed dramatically. He was shocked. His voice was trembling with fear and his face was ashen. "Humph. Piu Tong, do you still recognize me?" A rumbling sound came from the front, and a black chariot came from afar. 2 men stood on it, and the one in front stood with his hands behind his back, his face cold and arrogant. The person behind them stood humbly at the side, the corners of his mouth filled with ridicule and a cold smile. He looked at them mockingly as if he was looking at dead people. "Piu too." Piu Tong was shocked and cried out, "Piu too! So it's you, you animal." His eyes were full of anger as he stared at the person who sneered. He wanted to pounce on him and eat his flesh. Piu Tu laughed coldly. "Haha, Piu Tong, you're really bold. How dare you bring an unknown person into the 5th level? If the 3 lords knew about this, they would definitely burn you to ashes." Piu Tong's face was full of despair as he gritted his teeth and said, "Even if I have to be turned into ashes by the 3 lords, I will still kill you." The devil chi on his body was fluctuating violently and extremely unstable. The person in front of Piu Tu said coldly, "There's no need to trouble the 3 lords for such a small matter. I'll just smack the flies and ants to death. What I find strange is, where did these people come from?" The man's eyes fell on Yun Xiao and Ling Mu Di, then on the heaven-patrolling bullfighter and the crocodile, and he looked deeply puzzled. "You're right, my lord. There's no need to alert the 3 lords to kill Piu Tong." Piu Tu bowed. "As for these people, I've never seen them before, so I don't know where they came from. These people killed 4 of my subordinates and are extremely powerful. I didn't dare to act rashly, so I followed them all the way here. However, I didn't expect them to be so bold as to try to sneak into the 5th floor. I'm afraid there's some kind of shocking conspiracy against you 3 lords. Piu Tu, you despicable man. How dare you slander me?" Piu Tong shouted angrily. "Humph. Slander? Just now, I saw you trying to sneak into the 5th floor with my own eyes, and you even gave the coordinates of the 4th floor's entrance to these people. How can you deny it?" Piu Tu laughed coldly. "Not only me, even Lord Piu Chi has seen him." Piu Chi nodded. "Piu Tu's words are true. You've already committed a crime worthy of death. Do you want to commit suicide to preserve your dignity? Or do you want me to take your lowly life? Piu Tong's face turned pale as she took a few steps back in horror and hid behind Yunxiao. Since you'll die if you stay, Yunxiao said, come with us to the 5th floor. Maybe you'll have a chance to survive. Piu Tong's body trembled, and his eyes were full of confusion. The 5th floor? Do you think I'm just a decoration? Piu Qi snorted as anger surged up his brows and he shouted, take them all down. Kill anyone who resists. Those dozens of subordinates immediately rushed over. There were also several strange birds in the sky. They looked like monkeys, but they had wings. They suddenly plunged down and let out "ji" sounds from their mouths. Unhurriedly, Yunxiao took out a bell from his palm, picked up the heavenly hammer, and struck it. Dang! An ancient sound rang out, and the sound waves swept out like ocean waves. There were thunderbolts rolling in it, like the roars of sea beasts and the sound of war drums. Squeak! The sound waves struck all the flying monkeys, causing them to be electrocuted. They cried out in pain. Clang! Clang! The bell rang again, and time seemed to have stopped. Only the ancient sound was left in the world, stirring people's hearts. The demonic creatures and monsters' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly covered their ears, which were bleeding. Dang! With another strike of the hammer, the sound of the bell was short and rapid, but the lightning penetrated the bell and shot out. It shot into the body of a tall monster, and with a bang, it exploded into minced meat. While striking the bell to suppress the demons, Yunxiao performed incantation gestures with one hand. A ring of lightning emerged on the incantation gesture, which kept accumulating power. The color of the ring of lightning turned from light green to dark green. Its potential increased sharply, and even the space was distorted under the pressure of the lightning. Stop! Piu Qi was shocked. His eyes almost popped out. The destructive power of that ring of lightning was strong enough to kill all of his subordinates, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Who were these people? How could he be so strong? He couldn't help but feel angry. He looked at Piu Tu and said, you actually brought this lord to deal with such a strong expert. You deserve to die. Piu Tu was also scared out of his wits, and he could feel Piu Qi's killing intent. He hurriedly waved his hand. Your Excellency, I don't know either. You don't know? Humph. Then I'll use my life to compensate for your ignorance. Piu Qi's eyes flashed with killing intent as he instantly made his move. Although Piu Tu was already on his guard, the difference in strength between the two of them was too big. His defense was instantly broken and his heart was crushed by Piu Qi's fingers. After killing Piu Tu, Piu Qi looked at the flickering green lightning and the continuous ringing of the bell that shook his blood and qi. He quickly said, this is all a misunderstanding. Please stop. Yunxiao ignored him. He raised his left hand high, and the ring of thunder stars continued to expand and spread out, turning the entire world into a sea of thunder and lightning. Thunder World! Boom! Dozens of demonic creatures were swallowed by the ring of lightning in an instant and exploded thousands of feet away. The world turned from darkness to green. Piu Qi's war chariot was also smashed into pieces. Under that attack, although he wasn't injured, he understood that he wasn't a match for this person in front of him, so he immediately turned around and fled. Since he had already killed the man, Yunxiao would not let him escape. A huge figure suddenly appeared in front of the Thunder World. His entire body was covered in lightning. He clenched his fist and punched down. That punch was like a lightning dragon falling from the 9 heavens to the earth. These demonic creatures had never seen lightning in their entire lives since they were born in the land of the seal. The shocking power and the extreme yang and unyielding attribute just happened to restrain them. Piu Qi was immediately scared out of his wits. His body rapidly expanded as he waved his fists. A fist light covered the sky, trying to block that vast fist. Boom! The lightning fist landed on the black fist shadows that filled the sky, causing the sky to suddenly burst open. The green fist power fell down and shook into the sky, completely swallowing Piu Qi. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture and put away the ancient bell and the hammer. Only then did the lightning in the sky dissipate and return to darkness. However, the darkness was unusually quiet. It had been filled with people just a moment ago, but now it was deathly silent. Piu Tong was completely dumbfounded, standing on the spot with his mouth wide open. Under the Thunder World, not only were there no remains of those demonic creatures, even their demonic qi had been swept away. A large amount of righteous yang qi spread in the air. Piu Tong's face was paler than before. After a while, the blood returned to his face, and he looked better. He knew that Xianxia was strong, but he did not expect him to be so strong that Lord Piu Qi, who was second only to the three lords, could not even withstand a single move from him. "Let's go," he said. "These people are all dead," Xianxia said faintly. "The three lords will definitely blame you for this. If you don't follow us, you will die. But if you follow us, you might have a chance to live." Piu Tong knew that he was telling the truth. He nodded and said, "All right, I hope that the two of you can save my life." He immediately took the lead and flew into the whirlpool, not daring to have any second thoughts. Yunxiao, Lingmu Di, and the others also followed him and flew down from the vortex. At the same time, somewhere in the sealed land, there were 9 copper lamps that were lit up with a weak light. The copper lamps were arranged according to some kind of formation, and an old man sat cross-legged inside. His face was dull and full of wrinkles. He was like a corpse, as if he had not moved for hundreds of years. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and revealed an extremely shocked expression, causing the bean-like lights to flicker and jump, illuminating the figures. "The dynasty bell. It's my dynasty bell." The old man was a little excited, and his whole body trembled. Her skin, which was originally as pale as a corpse, suddenly became moist. All the wrinkles began to relax, and blood could be clearly seen flowing in her blood vessels. "Who on earth entered this sealed land and even brought my dynasty bell?" A moment later, the old man's face had completely changed. He had white hair, a ruddy complexion, and jade-like skin. The old man's figure flickered and disappeared into the 9 copper lamps. The bean flame also went out with a piu 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 sound. After Yunxiao and the others entered the entrance of the 5th floor, they could clearly sense that the devil aura was much denser than before, almost as strong as the ancient devil's well. Piu Luo said, "From this level onwards, you'll only be valued by the 3 lords. 1 day of cultivation in there is equivalent to several days in the 6th level. Anyone who can receive rewards from the 3 lords will be allowed to cultivate in there. That's a great honor and fortune. Back then, I fought for Lord Puli. After the 3 lords made peace, I was granted the right to train in the 5th floor for 3 years. That's how I have the power to manage the 11th floor." When he said this, he suddenly thought of Piu Tu. He thought that Piu Tu was dead, and all his hatred disappeared. If he could survive this time, he might be able to return to the 11th floor and take over again. However, when he thought about how he had offended the 3 lords, it would be difficult for him to survive. He hoped that he could have a chance of survival if he followed these 2 people. "We're almost there, be careful. There are people guarding the entrance," Piu Tong said in a deep voice as he looked ahead. There was a faint pressure coming from the exit. "There are 4 of them in total," Yunxiao said. "Their strength is only equivalent to that of a mid-tier 6-star martial emperor. They are even weaker than Piu Qi." Piu Tong was speechless. Piu Qi was in existence second only to the 3 lords, but in his eyes he was so weak. He did not know what kind of realm a mid-tier 6-star martial emperor was, but he was surprised that Yunxiao could sense the strength of the other party's cultivation base. "We still don't know who the real master of this sealed land is," Lingmu Di said. "Try not to kill anymore and rush over." "All right." Yunxiao's body transformed into a thunderbolt and wrapped everyone up. In a flash, he had fled thousands of feet away and rushed out of the exit. "What's that?" As expected, there were 4 guards at the exit, and their vision blurred as azure light flashed. When they looked again, they had already disappeared. "That was Ying Luo just now. It can't be a layer of light, can it?" one of them said in shock. The other man was shocked and cursed. "What's with your eyes? It should only be an energy beam. How could there be such a fast light in the world?" The 6th floor seemed to have quaked just now. This beam of green light might be related to that quaking. The power of vibration can penetrate the whirlpool directly to the 5th level, someone said in surprise. What on earth is happening up there? The last person said, don't bother about it. Puki will take care of the matters above. If he can't manage it, we can't do anything. Just guard this place well. Don't bother about anything else. Otherwise, the hard-won opportunity to guard this place will be gone. Yes, yes, yes. No wonder Big Brother has been guarding the 5th floor for hundreds of years and hasn't been removed. The others have been replaced every 3 to 4 years. So there's a reason for this. I really envy others. Humph, I don't have any other techniques. I'm just leaving things as they don't concern me. This way, not only will you be able to stay on the 5th floor for a few more years, you'll also be able to live longer. The guards chatted for a while before they shut up and continued to cultivate. The thunder escape flew for tens of thousands of feet and stopped when it was out of the guards' detection range. Xianxia retracted the thunder light and his aura, and the surroundings darkened in an instant. One could not even sense any primordial energy fluctuations from him. Piu Tong was astonished, and he had a whole new level of respect for this man in front of him. Perhaps he could really find a chance to survive by following them. He continued to explain, although the 5th level is controlled by the 3 lords, there are very few cultivators. Most of them are assigned to creatures of other levels who have made contributions. Moreover, this level has a great function. It's a place for duels. Any creature that wants to fight to the death can apply to enter. The density of the devil aura on the 5th level was already comparable to that of the ancient devil's well. When Xianxia scanned it with his divine sense, he found that some of the extremely dense devil aura had stuck together on its own like clouds and kept condensing, as if it had the characteristics of the lowest creature, just like the embryonic form of a fiend. Piu Tong suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit a ball of concentrated devil chi in front of him, swallowing it in one bite. These things are great tonics. It's impossible to have them on the 5th floor and above. He licked his lips and explained to Xianxia and the others in embarrassment. The crocodile was also devouring the astral winds along the way. It was having a great time eating, and its twinkling eyes became sharper. It seemed that its strength had improved a lot. Xianxia patted the crocodile's head and said, "Don't waste time. There should be better things down there." Although he was talking to the crocodile, Piu Tong's body trembled as if he was being scolded. He didn't dare to eat the demonic chi anymore, running away quickly. After a few hours, a huge land appeared in front of them. Not only were there wastelands and mountain ranges, but they also saw rivers and lakes for the first time. Gusts of Yin wind blew over the lakes, and powerful auras seeped out from time to time as the water churned. It's lake above Yin, the only lake above the 5th layer. I don't know if there's anything below. There's a monster called Yin above in this lake, hence the name, explained Piu Tong. As they were flying close to the surface of the lake, Xianxia suddenly stopped and said, "What is that above Yin?" Piu Tong shook his head. "I've never seen it before. I heard that it has a fish head and a human body, can control the water-kind creatures, and it's huge. Can this thing be hidden in the astral wind?" Xianxia asked. Piu Luo was stunned for a moment. He shook his head and said, "I don't know about that. Since this demon is a creature of the water, it shouldn't be possible, right?" Xianxia put 2 fingers together and waved them forward. Immediately, the fog on the lake was cut open, and the strong wind around them dispersed like a curtain. Piu Tong was startled. A huge fish head appeared in front of them, and its eyes were staring at them. "It's the monster above Yin," Piu Tong cried out. The fish head was too big, and he was so scared that he immediately turned around and ran away. However, the fish-headed monster opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Immediately, waves of wind rose in the lake, and a large amount of air was sucked into its stomach. Piu Tong was pulled by the force, and he rolled a few times in the air before flying backward. "My lord! Save me! Save me!" Xianxia, Lingmu Di, the crocodile, and the heaven-patrolling bullfighter were all standing in place, safe and sound. No matter how the air was torn, they could not move them at all. The crocodile suddenly darted out and turned into a gust of strong wind. which wrapped Buluo up and dragged him down from Xiang's mouth, then flew back to Yunxiao's side. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my friend," he said in a hurry, trembling. He didn't know how to address the crocodile, but it had saved his life, so he could only call it a friend. The crocodile was intelligent, turned its eyes to look at him, then turned back to stare at the front. Xiang let out a few strange cries when he saw the flesh in his mouth fly away. He clapped his hands together in front of his body, causing countless splashes. The splashes of water stopped in the air and formed into beads of water, which were shot out. What? Yunxiao was surprised to see that the water droplets had grown wings in the air. They were actually some kind of transparent insects, as lethal as marbles. The water element of the world. Yunxiao cupped his hands in a circle in front of him, and a ring of watery light spread out. The water energy that filled the sky formed an enchantment, and all the insects were immediately stuck to it as soon as they touched it. Primordial energy came out of Yunxiao's palms and rippled out. All the insects struggled with all their might, but they could not break free. The fish eyes above Yin widened a little, and it suddenly turned its head down, wanting to return to the lake. "Although this thing looks demonic, its intelligence is still acceptable," Ling Moody said. "It knew that it was no match for us and was about to escape. Let it go." Yunxiao nodded, and as he poured out his energy, the water barrier exploded, sending countless splashes into the air. All the bugs were killed and fell into the water. The monster above Yin didn't dare to show its head again, and the journey was calm and peaceful. The group quickly flew over the lake and entered the sky above the mountain range. There were many powerful chis shooting up from below, and at a glance, one could see green light and moss everywhere, exuberant. Ling Mudi said, "I can understand that the power of the seal could evolve into the 33 layers of space. But for such a huge continent, it would be very difficult to evolve without the origin of Earth. Now that I think about it, there were indeed several powerful Earth-type supreme treasures that were destroyed back then. Perhaps it was the fragments of those things that evolved into the land." Piu Tong didn't understand what he had just heard. He pointed to the front and said, "The entrance to the 4th layer is in the center of this continent. There's an abyss that leads straight down, but it's heavily guarded, so it's very difficult to go down. However, with your abilities, it's not a problem." "You think too highly of us," Yunxiao said. "One of the guards is very strong, and he has already discovered us." "What?" Piu Tong was shocked. At this moment, they were still thousands of miles away from the abyss. Although the guards were all elites of the 5th layer, it was still impossible for them to lock onto the enemy from thousands of miles away. He had some doubts in his heart. Although he did not believe it, he believed in Yunxiao's strength and judgment. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they flew to the center of a mountain range. Below them was a huge abyss, where demonic chi and cold wind kept coming in and out. On one side of the abyss, on the peak of a mountain, a group of people stood quietly. All of them had strange and hateful faces. Their powerful auras were drawn but not released. They looked at the few of them coldly, as if waiting for their arrival. A throne was placed at the very front, and a man with 2 horns on his head was lazily sitting on it. His hands were crossed in front of him, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Lord Pu Shu." Seeing the man, Piu Tong was so scared that he almost fell down. His face was completely pale. The man raised his head and swept his cold eyes over Yunxiao and the others, and then his eyes fell on Piu Tong. "I remember that you're one of Puli's subordinates, right?" Piu Tong was so scared that he trembled and said, "Why yes, my lord." Pu Shu waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. I know that you were forced by these people. Don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you." Piu Luo was stunned for a moment. How could he be so reasonable? He almost thought he had heard wrong and hurriedly said, Thank you, my lord." Pu Shu looked satisfied, then turned to Yunxiao and Nangong Wuk and said, "Are the 2 of you from the 33 heavens?" Yunxiao sized up the man in front of him. He was taller and stronger than ordinary humans, with bright eyes and extremely high intelligence. His entire body exuded the aura of a superior. Although his expression was calm, the divine light in his eyes contained a pride that was difficult to hide. All of his spiritual sense was completely devoured by the darkness in front of him. But under the inspection of his wondrous spirit eyes, this person's strength had most likely reached divine transcendence. Yes, I am. Xianxia answered unhurriedly. Pu Shu's expression changed drastically. He slapped his right palm on the armrest with a pa sound. His 5 fingers directly crushed the stone armrest into pieces. He could not hide the shock and excitement in his heart. The demonic creatures behind him were also shocked. All kinds of exclamations rang out, and whispers could be heard. You two really are from the outside world. May I ask how it came to be? Pu Shu's eyes lit up and he stood up in excitement. Xianxia did not hold back. He said that he had been swept into the spatial turbulence in the explosion of a spatial mystic artifact, and when he woke up, he was already here. A spatial mystic artifact? Turbulent flow. Pu Shu was stunned for a moment and his face was full of disappointment. He shouted, "So you're saying that you entered by accident?" He sat back on the throne dejectedly and said, "Then you don't know how to leave?" "That's exactly why I'm here," Xianxia said calmly. "You've been staying in this sealed place for a long time. Don't you have a way to leave?" Pu Shu sneered, then snorted and said, "If I could leave, who would want to stay in this damn place?" Xianxia fell silent. To be fair, the cultivation resources here were good, but they were only limited to the lower few levels, and they were all occupied by the strong. It was just that the space for everyone to move around was too small. It was indeed a little hard to accept that they would have to stay in such a place for their entire lives. "Do you know where the formation spirit is?" Lingmu Di suddenly asked. "Formation spirit? How can you be so sure that there will be a formation spirit here?" Pu Shu sneered. "The array space has evolved into 33 levels," Lingmu Di said. "Without the array spirit, how can it be achieved?" "It would be great if there really was a formation spirit. Please follow me," Pu Shu sighed. "To where?" Lingmu Di asked, stunned. Pu Shu laughed and said, "Didn't you want to go to the lowest level? The bottom is where Lord Pu is sealed. No one can go there. I'll take you to the 2nd floor." "All right. Thank you for your trouble," said Lingmu Di. Pu Tong was a little stunned. He didn't think that what he was worried about would be solved so easily. It seemed that Pu Shu didn't mean any harm to them. Pu Shu and the other demons flew into the abyss and led the way. Xianxia, Pu Tong, and the others followed closely behind and entered the 4th floor. Even Pu Tong was very nervous, as he had never been to this floor before. He kept looking around. After entering the 4th floor, everyone's divine sense was greatly suppressed. Xianxia only felt that the power of his divine sense had been weakened by 70 to 80%, and he could only probe a very short distance. However, he wasn't worried. If this was the case with his powerful spiritual sense, there was no need to mention the others. Pu Shu turned around and glanced at him. Within the 33 heavens, the power that each level possesses is different. It is not only reflected in the acquisition of energy, but also related to the rules and comprehension. Take Pu Tong as an example. No matter how hard he trains, if he can't enter the 4th layer, he will be stuck at this level for the rest of his life, and it will be difficult for him to make any further progress. Pu Tong was astounded. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He was stunned immediately, but he knew that Pu Shu would never lie to him and that he was telling the truth. He couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow in his heart. It turned out that all his hard work over the years had been in vain. The key to advancing was the location. "Then where do you usually cultivate, my lord?" Xianxia asked. "Have you also reached a bottleneck that you can't break through and need to go down to the next level?" Pu Shu laughed and said, "Haha! Another level? I'll naturally be cultivating on the 2nd level. If I go down to the next level, hee." Xianxia seemed to have heard something, so he asked, "How about the next level?" "You'll know later," Pu Shu said. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way, and soon they came to a whirlpool. The demonic chi and astral winds inside surged like a tsunami, hitting everyone. "Be careful here. From the 4th level onwards, the passage down will be extremely dangerous," Pu Shu said. After saying that, he led his subordinates into the vortex and disappeared. Seeing Xianxia not move, Lingmu Di asked in confusion, "What? Is there something wrong?" "This place suppresses divine sense too much," Xianxia said. "I can't explain it clearly yet. I can only see some dangers, but they are nothing to us." "Then let's go down," Lingmu Di said. "Even Pushu has gone down. There shouldn't be any danger." The few of them immediately dived in and discovered that there was actually a demonic fiend in the whirlpool. It let out a strange cry and bit towards them. Naturally, these fiends could not hurt Xianxia, but he suddenly stopped and stepped on the hard ground. Looking down, the ground beneath his feet was like an iron plate. A suction force was growing, firmly holding him to the ground. It wasn't just him, the other people were the same. It was as if their weight had increased by tens of thousands of times. The bones in their bodies were about to be crushed, and they couldn't even lift their feet. The crocodile struggled to turn into an astral wind and spun on the ground. It could only rise a few meters high and returned to its crocodile form after a few breaths. It swayed left and right but could not break free. "Not good, we're trapped," Lingmu Di exclaimed. Piu Tong was sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. His flesh, blood, and bones were all crushed together. Xianxia frowned. He felt a lot more powerful auras around him, all of which were floating in the air. He could not understand why they were fine. "Hee, don't you think it's strange?" Pu Shu's voice was heard. Then, he appeared in front of them with a cold smile on his face. "It is a little strange," Xianxia said honestly. "Why did you attack us? And why are you not affected by the local influence? I hope you can answer my questions." "It's actually very simple," Pu Shu chuckled. "First, since you were swept in by the spatial storm, that means you definitely can't get out. Since you can't get out, it means that you'll stay in the 33 heavens for the rest of your life. In the end, you'll have to compete with us for the resources in the lower levels. In other words, we'll be enemies sooner or later." "I understand," Xianxia said, "but you're thinking too far ahead. I'll definitely be able to get out." He didn't know where he got his confidence from, but when he said it, Pu Shu was stunned as if it was true. "Haha, it really does sound like that." Pu Shu laughed wildly. "It's not impossible to get out of this place. The simplest way is to break this formation. But can you do it? Break the mist of this formation." Xianxia was silent for a moment. He could not do it, and even if he could, he would not do it. Pu Shu sneered. "Since you can't do it, how can you get out of here? Isn't he still going to fight us in the end? The resources within the 33 heavens are too scarce, and there's no room for you to take them." "I'll find a way out," Xianxia said. "I'll find a way out." "Haha, the ignorant are fearless." Pu Shu sneered and didn't want to talk anymore. He waved his hand and shouted, "Kill him!" His subordinates immediately rushed over, each of them grinning maliciously as powerful auras erupted from their bodies. Xianxia was taken aback. "You haven't answered my second question yet," he said in a hurry. "Why are we the only ones bound here?" "Would I be so stupid to tell you?" Pu Shu laughed. His eyes were filled with killing intent and mockery. At that moment, many figures emerged from the darkness around them and gradually appeared in front of Xianxia. Those figures were divided into two groups, coming out from the left and right. When they got closer, they could feel the powerful aura. "These people are just average. You're too sensitive," one of them said. "Sensitive?" Pu Shu snorted coldly. "Don't overestimate yourself. Although we can dominate the 33 heavens with our strength, we're not familiar with the creatures from the outside world. Who knows what kind of divine abilities and martial skills they have, so we must be careful. Moreover, they came to the 5th level alone without any injuries, so we have to be careful. It was only because that traitor led us to the 5th level that we were able to reach the 5th level," the other person said. Pu Shu said unhappily, "Stop talking nonsense. Since we've already started a war, let's attack together. Don't leave them any chance." "Chance? Haha, with the 3 of us attacking together plus this 100,000 times gravity, do you think you have a chance?" "Ha ha ha," one of them sneered. Yunxiao's heart trembled slightly as he knew that the 3 overlords of the 33 heavens had all arrived. The figures of the people on both sides were gradually revealed. There were 20 to 30 people on each side, and they were all black in color, just like the environment. Piu Luo's voice trembled. Lord Pu Li. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. No one knew if it was caused by the pressure of 100,000 times gravity, or if it was because he was quite frightened when he saw his superior. A tall figure on the left sneered, Master Piu Tong, I don't know you. Don't try to establish a relationship with me at this time. Piu Tong, hehe. Why are you still talking nonsense with them? Just activate the little Hongmeng land tablet and send them to the west. The person on the right said coldly. Good. Pu Shu and Pu Li shouted at the same time. The person on the right was Piu Zai. He formed a seal with one hand and pointed down. At the same time, he threw out a jade tablet that turned into countless runes. Pu Shu and Pu Li also sent out their jade tokens at the same time. However, their colors were different. They were red, green, and purple. They gathered in the sky and formed a white mist of light that surged. A large amount of talisman light rolled inside. The place where Yunxiao and the others were standing also lit up, and a pillar of light soared into the sky, reaching up to the white mist, like a prison. Ah! Piu Tong let out a miserable scream. All of his bones were broken, and his muscles were pressed into a paste. The gravity on the land card was still increasing. Piu Zai and the other 2 wore cold faces, sneering. They looked like turtles caught in a jar, waiting to see these people get crushed by the gravity. Ling Mudi frowned and stared at the ground for a while. It really is a fragment of the primordial land tablet. Are these the remains of a few powerful supreme treasures from back then? Yunxiao's body glowed with a golden light, and even his imperishable golden body felt uncomfortable under the pressure, let alone the others. The crocodiles almost couldn't maintain their form, and they turned into wind shapes, spinning on the land cards. Be careful, Yunxiao shouted. Be careful. He raised his hand, and the Tusada heavenly peak flew up, emitting 6 colored lights. Just as it flew into the sky, it suddenly sank down and smashed the land card. The Tusada heavenly peak was made up of 6 earth elements and its weight was immeasurable. At this moment it was 100,000 times heavier. As soon as the mountain appeared, Piu Zai and the other 2 immediately felt something strange. They had a bad feeling. However, before they could react, the moment Tusada peak fell, the space exploded. Before the 6-colored light could land, the land card shattered into countless pieces, turning into fine powder that scattered in all directions. Hoo! The powder from the broken profound level weapon exploded on the group of demons. Everyone was caught off guard and was not prepared at all. The powder was splashed all over their bodies, and it was so densely packed that it hurt. Ah! Many demons were in so much pain that they gritted their teeth and screamed. At this point, the Tusada heavenly peak had already expanded to 10 times its original size. The surrounding space revolved around it non-stop, and the range of its influence was expanding. How did this happen? Yunxiao was taken aback as well. He could sense that the weight around Tusada heavenly peak was extremely heavy, like an extreme point formed by the condensation of countless masses. It was almost infinite in weight, smashing out a black hole that shrank down and kept devouring the surroundings. Be careful, Ling Mudi shouted. The weight of the Tusada heavenly peak has increased by more than 10 times. This layer of space can't take it and is about to collapse. Spatial collapse. Piu Zai and the others were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand what the collapse of space meant, but it didn't seem to be a good thing. Although the primordial chaos land tablet could increase its weight by 100,000 times or even higher, it had to be under the rules of this level. Meanwhile, the Tusada heavenly peak was affected by the land card, and its gravity instantly increased by more than 10 times. It completely crushed the rules of space, and the entire land card and the first layer could not bear it and exploded instantly. The entire space of the 4th level started to shrink at an extremely fast speed with the Tusada heavenly peak as the center. It announced the complete destruction of the 1st level. Not only was the 4th layer destroyed, but the upper and lower layers, the third and fifth layers, also moved towards the center and gradually merged into one. Xianxia had also noticed the change. After the fourth layer completely shrank into the black hole created by the Tusita heavenly peak, an extremely thin and narrow horizontal plane emerged where the fourth layer was. It was not a single plane, but the difference in the density of the demonic chi between the third and fifth layers was too great, thus forming two distinct worlds. The surface spread up and down, which meant that the two spaces had begun to merge. Not to mention Piyu Zai and the others, even Yunxiao and Lingmu Di were a little stunned by this change. No one knew how heavy the Tusita heavenly peak was, but it was able to wipe out a layer of space when it multiplied tenfold in an instant. Even a void extreme divine realm expert would be crushed to death by such a powerful force. After the fourth level was completely wiped out, the distortion force around the Tusita peak disappeared. Yunxiao patted the Tusita peak and put it away. Then, a flash of lightning surged out of his body as he performed a thunder incantation with both hands. The thunder star ring spread out and covered the entire area. He was like the god of thunder, holding the hammer with one hand and coldly looking at the demons. Piyu Zai and the others shivered, recovering from the shock. They felt the surging thunder ocean, which was like the power of an entire world, and couldn't help but be shocked. "Your Excellency, please wait," Pu Shu was the first to call out. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said awkwardly, "We were presumptuous before. Since you have such a world-shaking profound level weapon, perhaps you can really leave. As long as there's hope of getting out, you and I will no longer be enemies, but friends." "Friend? Just now, you wanted to kill us. How can we become friends so easily? The three of you each take a move from me, and if you don't die, then you have the qualifications to talk about being friends with me." As soon as Yunxiao finished speaking, he performed a thunder incantation gesture, and his figure turned blurry. Pu Shu and the other two were both shocked and angry. They didn't expect that their opponent would think so badly of them that he wanted to kill them with one move. That kind of shame and anger was even worse than shock. "All right, I'd like to see how you're going to defeat us with a single move. Are fanatics from the outside world so contemptuous?" Pu Shu gave an angry roar. With a flash of green light, Yunxiao, who had disappeared, reappeared in front of him and thrust his palm at him. He had thought that the other party had made a promise of one move and then suddenly disappeared, so he was bound to take advantage of the situation. He did not expect that the other party would make such a move so openly, completely disregarding him. Wah wah! A large amount of demonic chi gushed out of his body and formed a seal. Under Yunxiao's thunder incantation, purple thunderbolts shot out like sharp swords, piercing through the demonic seal and blasting into Pu Shu's body. Bang! 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 In the dark 33 heavens, there was no such thing as lightning, let alone the world-destroying purple lightning. At first, Pu Shu's hands exploded, and his two arms were shattered one after another. Then, a large hole was blasted in his chest, and he screamed in pain. A large amount of demonic chi gushed out from his body like a deflating leather ball. A mass of black chi enveloped his entire body, and a large number of demonic fiends' strange cries could be heard from within. "Dispel!" Pu Li and Piyu Zai were startled, and their faces instantly turned pale. Pu Shu was in a state of dismemberment at the moment. The demonic chi that he had accumulated over thousands of years was leaking out crazily. Even if he didn't die, his strength would fall. Their hearts fell into the abyss, and they knew that they had encountered an unprecedented master. What terrified them even more was that after the attack, Yunxiao gave them a cold glance and disappeared again. The two of them were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated and dispersed their demonic chi to protect the surrounding 300 feet. Pu Li grabbed with both hands and a demonic blade appeared. There were more than 10 demonic heads on the blade. All of them opened their mouths wide and spat out demonic chi. As he waved it, it turned into a sea of saber shadows that flickered around him. Piyu Zai, on the other hand, put his hands together, and a bottle emerged from the top of his head, hanging 3 feet high. There were many runes drawn on the bottle, and they seemed to come alive as they flew out of the bottle. The two of them were on high alert, appearing in their strongest state. Suddenly, a white lotus flower appeared in the sky. It was half a mu in size, and the white lotus was like fire. It was dazzling outside the pavilion in the dark night, and it slowly fell. Piu Zai's heart trembled as he knew that Xianxia was here. He shouted and raised his hand. The bottle seemed to have lost its support and fell directly. It was caught by both hands and shown up. The mouth of the bottle was facing the lotus, and Piu Zai shouted, "Absorb!" The lotus trembled as if it had encountered a storm. The petals swayed in the wind and fell, all flying into the bottle. Hoo-hoo! Just as the flower petal was about to fly into the bottle, it suddenly transformed into a demonic fiend. The petals that filled the sky fell into bedevilment and flew over like a heavy rain. The space was directly burned. Boom! Boom! The white demonic fiends all exploded after they flew down. The sounds rose and fell, turning into a sea of fire that swallowed Piu Zai. Ah! Piu Zai's miserable shrieks rang out as his entire body was set on fire. The bottle even exploded in the fire. "Save me! Save me!" Piu Zai screamed in pain and ran over to Pu Li, wailing, "Save me!" Pu Li's face turned white, and his heart was filled with endless fear. He waved his demonic blade, and a large amount of demonic chi flew out. He then turned around and ran away with his blade. With just 2 moves, one of them was killed, and it was hard to say if the other could survive. This terrifying scene broke through Pu Li's mental state, and he didn't dare to receive the attack. He was so scared that he immediately ran away. Xianxia materialized in the sky and was about to give chase when he suddenly froze. He saw that Pu Li's body suddenly flew up, as if he was caught and thrown over. Pu Li's body rolled a few times in the air before stopping in front of Xianxia. He rose to his feet in a sorry state with his saber in hand, looking around in horror as if there were terrible monsters on both sides. Xianxia, on the other hand, completely ignored him as he looked ahead with his demon eyes. An astral wind flashed past and blew past him. Piu Zai's body also flew up and exploded with a large amount of demonic chi. It stripped the ice fiend heart flame from his body and also began to enter the dismemberment state. The astral wind blew in front of them, and an old figure gradually appeared. The old man was dressed in a gray robe. His hair and beard were all white, but his face was ruddy and his eyes were bright. Your Excellency." When Pu Li saw the old man, he was so scared that he couldn't stop trembling. He hurriedly came forward to pay his respects and knelt down in front of everyone. The old man waved his hand, and a strong wind blew, lifting Pu Li up. At the same time, 2 wisps of demonic chi gushed out of his body and wrapped Piu Zai and Pu Shu up, interrupting their dismemberment. They were suspended in the air quietly and nourished by the demonic chi. The appearance of the old man shocked all the demons. They had only known that the 3 controllers were the strongest existences in the 33 heavens, but they had never known that there was such a mysterious powerhouse like the old man, who even Master Puli had to kneel down in front of. The demons were all stunned. Pu Li's sharp eyes swept across and he shouted, "Hurry up and pay your respects to Venerable Western Shell." "Greetings, Venerable Western Shell." Under Pu Li's pressure, the group of demons hurriedly came forward to pay their respects and directly knelt down. The old man turned a blind eye to these existences, as if they were nothing in his eyes. He only looked at Xianxia and the others, and finally his eyes fell on the heaven-patrolling bulldog. His pupils constricted and burst with a bright light. "Heaven-patrolling bulldog? Where did you get this?" As soon as Venerable Western Shell said the name of the heaven-patrolling bulldog, his eyes rippled and flashed with a 3-colored divine light. Swish! The heaven-patrolling bulldog raised its head and barked. Its huge body swayed a few times and its tail swayed up and down. Xianxia was taken aback. He turned to look at Lingmu Di, only to see that his eyes were tightly closed, and his face was as cold as divine steel, without any expression. But Xianxia could see the emotional fluctuations in Lingmu Di's heart under the coldness. He closed his eyes, not wanting to reveal his emotions. Xianxia had some speculations about Venerable Western Shell's background, so he said, Since you know this heaven-patrolling bulldog and are also in this sealed land, are you also an elder of the demon-sealing war? Venerable Western Shell trembled slightly, and the ripples in his eyes faded away, turning as clear as ever. He stared at Xianxia and said, "Since you know about the sealed land and have come here, I'm sure you're a fated person. Is the dynasty bell with you?" Xianxia's heart jolted. When he rang the bell to exorcise the demon, did this man hear the bell? He saw that Lingmu Di kept his eyes closed and didn't ask anything. He didn't know what he was thinking. Since this man was an elder of the demon-sealing war, he must be a friend and not an enemy. "Yes," he replied honestly. Xianxia raised his hand, and a golden light flew up into the sky, turning into the dynasty bell. All of a sudden, the dynasty bell glowed with a golden light, and the runes carved on the wall of the bell suddenly came to life. They appeared in the air and began to spin around the bell. Xianxia was taken aback. The bell had never been so lively before, and it was so active that it was almost beyond his control. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed it. Dang! An ancient bell automatically rang, and the sound waves rippled down, causing his palm to slow down. The ancient bell spun twice in the air and flew directly toward Venerable Western Shell, landing in his hand. Venerable Western Shell's eyes were filled with nostalgia and excitement as he gently stroked the bell. The ancient bell gave out a jubilant chiming sound, and the flute didn't stop. It was a happy scene. Xianxia frowned, and he immediately understood the reason. The only person in the world who could control the dynasty bell better than him was the original owner of the ancient bell. "So you are the owner of this bell?" Xianxia's eyes flickered with reluctance, but since the bell had fallen into the hands of the other party, it would be difficult to return it. Moreover, profound-level weapons had spirits. If the host was not dead, it would be difficult for others to subdue it. The dynasty bell had been in his hands for some time, but he had never been able to fully control it. Venerable Western Shell touched the bell for a while, but he didn't put it away. Instead, he held it in his palm and said, "I am indeed the owner of this bell. I didn't expect to see you again in this life. How sad." Venerable Western Shell was clearly in a good mood. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "This is all thanks to you." Xianxia smiled wryly in his heart as he cupped his fists and said, "Darren is the master of these 33 heavens." The smile on Venerable Sibai's face immediately disappeared, and his expression became serious. "I was just about to ask you, how did you all enter the 33 heavens?" Because of the other party's identity, Xianxia did not hold back at all. He shattered the cosmic disk, pulled it in by the power of space, and then explained in detail how he had entered this place on Noah's ship. "Cosmic light plate, Noah's ship? I've heard of the universe light plate before." Venerable Shibei muttered to himself. Its full name was the Universe Extreme Light Plate, and it has the power to control time and space. It's said to have been owned by the ancient True Dragon. I didn't expect it to split apart and eventually be destroyed. Xianxia smiled wryly. The explosion of the cosmic disk opened a space channel, and then we used the power of Noah's ship to travel through it. We only came here inexplicably because of the combination of two supreme treasures and profound artifacts. Do you have a way to get out, my lord? If I could leave, I wouldn't have been trapped here for 100,000 years, Venerable Western Shell said. However, the heavenly Tao has its own rules. Since you've appeared here, perhaps it's your chance to leave. The profound level weapon you just destroyed was the Tusita Peak. Xianxia raised his hand, and a miniature Tusita Peak appeared in his palm, emitting a strong six-colored light. It's indeed the Tushita Sky Peak, Venerable Western Shell said in surprise. It has 6 earth elemental origins, and the patrolling bulldog is beside you. You must have received the inheritance of the King of the North, Lingmu Di. Xianxia thought to himself, the Lingmu flute is right behind me, but unfortunately, things have changed, and we don't know each other. A layer of the Treastrimsa heaven has been destroyed, Venerable Western Shell said. Perhaps this is the opportunity to open the seal. Please follow me. Open the seal? What? Xianxia was taken aback. If the seal is opened, won't the Fiend Lord return to the world? The Demon Master today is no longer the Demon Master of the past, Venerable Western Shell said. Please follow me. After the third and fifth levels merged, not only did the space between the two levels change completely, but the entire 33 heavens was also changing. The change was slowly but surely influencing the entire 33 heavens. Yunxiao and the others flew into the distance with Master Shibei, and Puli followed behind him. The demons were still kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. Pu Shu and Piu Zai were still lying in the air, surrounded and nourished by the demonic qi. It was obvious that Venerable Western Shell didn't want the two to die. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance to the second floor. The nebula vortex, which was exactly the same as before, floated in the air and rotated slowly. When everyone flew down, they felt that their feet were blocked by a force. It was very hard, and they could touch it but could not see it. Yunxiao raised his foot and stomped it a few times, causing a series of banging sounds as he said in surprise, "What kind of barrier is this? It's so hard. Try breaking it," Venerable Western Shell said with a smile. Yunxiao put two fingers together and casually pointed them in the air. Suddenly, a sword beam came slashing down with a bang and sparks, but it could not break the seal. In fact, it did not even leave a trace. Yunxiao looked surprised as he frowned and fell into deep thought. Venerable Western Shell suddenly turned around and looked at Ling Mudi. This puppet body is made of divine refined steel, but it's very new. Could it be that the sky outside can still make divine refined steel after losing the 10 rules? It was indeed very difficult, Yunxiao said. But I also worked hard to gather all the materials. I've troubled you, Venerable Western Shell nodded. He didn't ask any further and continued. Among the many materials, the divine steel is indeed the hardest metal that can be forged in this world. And what seals the entrance to the second layer is a steel barrier that is derived from the formation's power. It uses the name of the divine steel to give it the meaning of the toughest barrier. So hard? Yunxiao asked in surprise. How do we break it? Won't it be troublesome to go back and forth between the second and third floor every time? There's no other way, Venerable Western Shell said. I can only use force to break through it, but it will recover automatically after a breath. You guys follow me closely. When I break this barrier, immediately go down. He looked at the ancient clock in his hand and caressed it affectionately. He was overjoyed and said, "With this bell, it will be much easier to break the barrier." Venerable Western Shell raised his right hand, and the dynasty bell immediately flew up, emitting boundless golden light. He then made a hand seal and struck it into the bell. The bell suddenly shook, and many afterimages appeared on the left and right, making people's eyes blur. He did not hear the bell ring, but he saw the barrier under his feet begin to crack. Dang! After the bell trembled for a few breaths, a sound entered their ears. It was endless and never stopped. Everyone's eardrums went deaf for a moment, and they could only hear the ringing of the bell. They could no longer hear anything. Bang! The steel enchantment beneath his feet shattered instantly, turning into countless crystalline shards. However, they did not have any physical form, and were only composed of pure energy, flickering within the vortex. "Let's go!" Venerable Western Shell shouted. That voice directly reverberated in everyone's hearts, and in the blink of an eye, everyone rushed down. Then the flashing energy crystals condensed again. It only took a breath's time for them to recover from their broken state. The second floor wasn't as dark as the first floor. Instead, there were all sorts of colorful lights flowing in front of him, and it was much more vibrant at first glance. Moreover, the demonic qi did not fill the entire space. Instead, it appeared to be in a state of lumps, floating in the space like clouds. Some of them floated to the vortex and were directly sucked in. They spread out in an instant, covering thousands of miles. After Puli entered the second level, he became excited. He looked at the floating devil clouds and his eyes shone. However, he didn't dare to act on his own. He tried his best to restrain the desire in his heart and just kept licking his lips. Yunxiao looked back at the steel barrier and asked in confusion, "How is such a powerful barrier provided? Could it be that this is the rule of the 33 heavens? What do you think the rules of the 33 heavens are, or who created them? Venerable Western Shell looked at him and smiled. A ray spirit, Xianxia said without thinking. Venerable Western Shell was stunned for a moment before nodding. You're indeed intelligent to be able to think of the formation spirit. What he said was right. The so-called rules of the 33 heavens were actually the power of the formation spirit. However, after 100,000 years of evolution, it has become somewhat complicated. Is there really an array spirit here? Xianxia asked in a hurry. There's no need to rush, Venerable Western Shell said. Let me explain it to you slowly. This is also the reason why I asked you to come to the second level. Perhaps it's the opportunity to break the seal and leave. Everyone followed Venerable Sibai as they flew forward. The entire second floor was filled with strange energies, which appeared in the form of clouds and were differentiated by different colors. The black demonic clouds and the wind and clouds formed by the astral winds were more singular. The other energies were more complicated, with at least 2 or 3 types, and at most 7 or 8 types gathered together. It was unusually beautiful. However, when Xianxia's divine sense swept into the cloud, he was shocked by the terrifying power contained in it. Venerable Western Shell also deliberately avoided those clouds, not wanting to get into trouble out of nowhere. After a while, land began to appear in front of them. Each piece was very pocket-sized, with small ones being a few thousand feet wide, and big ones being a few thousand hectares wide. Venerable Western Shell directly stopped on a mountain range and looked into the distance. Xianxia, did you see those colorful lights? Xianxia looked over and saw dozens of colors spread out in a ring shape in the sky dozens of miles away. It was a beautiful sight. The rings of light were like star orbits embedded together, magnificent and magnificent, covering a part of the sky. That's Ingluo. Xianxia's heart jolted as he cried out in surprise. The center of the 33 heavens formation, including the circle in the center, there were a total of 33 ring-shaped colored lights. They radiated outward, forming a magnificent celestial phenomenon. That's right, Venerable Western Shell said. The white light in the center leads to the first layer of the demonic lord's sealed space. Look at those rings of light carefully. The fourth one is gradually weakening but not extinguishing. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, the 33 heavens are derived from these rings of light. Now, the change in space has reflected on the rings of light, but it has not caused any substantial changes because it is the relationship between the beginning and the end. You're actually able to see the crux of the matter at a glance, praised Venerable Western Shell. These rings of light could be considered seeds. Even if space was destroyed, as long as there was enough time and power, space could be regenerated. However, the ring of light has been weakened by the backlash of the spatial annihilation. Perhaps this is the best time to destroy them. Shattered? If it's broken, the whole seal will be completely destroyed, Xianxia said in shock. Not only will the Fiend Lord be born, but all the monsters in the 33 heavens will rush to the heavenly martial realm. Venerable Western Shell glanced at him indifferently and said, if I don't shatter these rings of light, how can I leave this place? I've been imprisoned here for 100,000 years. Do you want to be like me? Moreover, Demon Lord Pu had been sealed for 100,000 years and had lost a lot of his power. He was no longer a threat. It can be said that the seal has completed its mission and it's time to release it. Seeing Xianxia's hesitation, Venerable Western Shell laughed and said, you've inherited the Lingmu flute, so it's normal for you to be too wary of the Devil Lord. But I've been with the Devil Lord for 100,000 years, so I know him best. Pu's strength has been reduced by 90%, and even we can easily kill him. Besides, unsealing the seal is related to a very important matter. What's the matter? Xianxia asked. Venerable Western Shell's eyes flickered as he said, the 10 rules have returned to the realm of heavenly martial arts. Xianxia was taken aback and cried out, the power of the 10 rules can be restored in the heavenly martial arts realm. The horror in his heart couldn't be any greater. If this was true, then the pattern of heaven and earth in the past 100,000 years would change dramatically, and the heavenly martial arts realm would return to the situation where immortal state warriors were everywhere 100,000 years ago. Of course, Venerable Western Shell nodded. However, it was very difficult to restore the pattern of heaven and earth 100,000 years ago without the evolution of a long time. Because over the past 100,000 years, too much of the rules of the 10 directions had dissipated. Within these 33 heavens, there were all sorts of living beings, celestial phenomena, flowing mist, and so on. All of them were consuming the rules of the 10 directions. However, as long as the existing rule force was put back into the inner realm with the change of time, it would return to the past sooner or later. Otherwise, the heavenly martial arts realm, which has lost the rules of the immortal state, will slowly walk on the path of decline and eventually be annihilated. Xianxia was dumbfounded, and Ling Mudi fell into deep thought in surprise. Venerable Western Shell glanced at him and said, "You've broken through the martial path, but you're not a God Realm warrior yet. As long as you can break the seal here, you can enter the true God Realm instantly. You can live for hundreds of years. It's only a matter of time before you can achieve higher things." Xianxia swallowed with difficulty to moisten his dry throat. He felt that the matter was of great importance, and could not make up his mind for a moment. "Don't hesitate, follow me." Venerable Western Shell waved his hand, and everyone was immediately enveloped by a golden light as they flew toward the ring of light. A moment later, he appeared in front of the ring of light, and a powerful array power shot out from the front. Xianxia felt like he was a small boat in a vast ocean, about to capsize at any moment. "Don't worry about the power of the formation," Venerable Western Shell said. "It's the pillar of the 33 heavens and formed by the 10 rules. If he controls the power of the formation to attack us, it'll definitely destroy the 33 heavens and unseal the seal." "Him?" Xianxia was surprised. "Him? The Wufu you're talking about, could it be the formation spirit?" "It's the formation spirit," Venerable Western Shell nodded. "The formation spirit is our biggest obstacle in breaking the seal. After all, this formation is its main body, so how could it possibly let us break it? Moreover, the formation spirit has been influenced by the people who set up the formation back then, and has always been determined to seal the Demon Master, so it definitely won't take the initiative to release it." After pondering for a while, Xianxia seemed to have made a decision and said, "Then how can I open the seal?" The 10 rules were not only related to the survival of a realm and the future development of the heavenly martial arts realm, but also directly related to their own longevity. How long they could walk on the path of the divine path was completely dependent on how long this body could live. Another thing that made him feel a little relieved was that Demon Master Piyu's power had been lost. Whether it was when he was possessed in the Red Moon City or when he fought with Di, the power he showed was very limited. Even if he got out of the trap, it was impossible for him to recover his former strength. Whether it was emperor or prince, they might have become a thing of the past with the passage of time. Venerable Western Shell's eyes flickered with joy, and he hurriedly said, "Use the Tusada Heavenly Peak to smash this ring of light and break it layer by layer. Although I can't do it overnight, I'll use the Dynasty Bell with you to slowly wear down this seal." "All right, I'll give it a try." Xianxia threw out the Tusada Heavenly Peak, which turned into a 6-colored light and struck at the ring of light. It was like a stone being thrown into a vast ocean of light. Boom! The surroundings of the mountain peak trembled with endless rays of light, shooting out beams of light that shot into the sky. They turned into countless runes in the sky, like stars that filled the sky. They then turned into a drizzle and fell back into the ring of light, causing ripples. However, only the outermost layer of light was affected. The inner 32 layers remained unmoved. Xianxia frowned. The Tusada Heavenly Peak did not seem to have much of an effect even when it smashed down with all its might. He was afraid that it would be too difficult to unseal it. "Ha ha! Good! Good indeed!" Venerable Western Shell suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes shining as if he was very satisfied with the result. With a suspicious look on his face, Xianxia reached out his hand and tried to take back the Tusada Heavenly Peak. Suddenly, a huge hand of light stretched out from the outermost ring of light, its 5 fingers like a mountain peak, and grabbed the Tusada Heavenly Mountain. The 5 fingers of the Hand of Light were filled with all kinds of runes, and the palm of the Hand of Light emitted golden light, locking the Tusita peak. Xianxia was shocked to find that he had lost his connection with the Tusita heavenly peak. Dang! Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out, and Venerable Western Shell suddenly made a move. He threw out the Dynasty Bell, which swayed left and right in the air, causing sound waves to reverberate. The runes on the Hand of Light were immediately scattered by the sound, and the golden light in the palm swayed unsteadily. Xianxia instantly sensed the Tusita heavenly peak, and he immediately performed an incantation gesture with both hands. A 6-colored light surged out of the peak and shot at the golden light. In an instant, its size increased several times, expanding the Hand of Light. Dang! The Dynasty Bell flew over slowly and hit the Hand of Light, causing countless golden lights to burst out. The Tusita heavenly peak expanded like a bamboo shoot and burst the palm of the Hand of Light, exploding into countless runes. Retreat! Venerable Western Shell shouted and hurriedly called back the Dynasty Bell. Dusui heavenly peak followed him, flew out of the ring of light, and fell back into Xianxia's palm. The countless runes on the ring of light swirled in the air and once again condensed into an arm. It was several times larger than before and directly slapped toward the two. Don't fight it out. Let's go. Venerable Western Shell waved his sleeve. An array of light enveloped everyone, sending them flying back several thousand feet. The huge palm hit nothing but air, causing the surrounding space to rumble like thunder before it dissipated. Hee, how do you feel? Venerable Western Shell asked. That seal is so strong, Xianxia said with a frown. I'm afraid it'll take some time to break it. Venerable Western Shell looked at him with a smile and said, Of course it's difficult. If it's simple, I wouldn't have been trapped here for 100,000 years. But now, I'm at least 50% confident in breaking it. 50%. Xianxia was not so optimistic, and he had no idea what the other party was thinking. Don't forget that I'm not the only expert in the 33 heavens, Venerable Western Shell said unhurriedly. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he suddenly realized what was going on. You mean the Demon Lord Pu? Venerable Western Shell looked at him and nodded. That's right. Puyi hopes to escape. As long as we work with him, we can hold the formation spirit back or even destroy it and destroy the seal. Xianxia could not help but touch his chest. He felt a chill, and for some reason he felt that something was wrong. Don't worry, Venerable Western Shell said. We'll only be working with Puyi for a short time. Once the seal is broken, we'll go our separate ways. At that time, we'll be able to wipe him out. Directly erase it? Xianxia asked. Isn't Darren's thinking too simple? I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. I've been trapped here for 100,000 years, and no one knows Puyu's current state better than I do. If he breaks out of the seal, he'll be even weaker. Then, how do I contact General? Xianxia asked. Venerable Western Shell gave a mysterious smile and chuckled. I have my own way. Venerable Western Shell walked up to the formation light and clenched his fingers. Golden light gathered from the surroundings and condensed into a golden plate. He carved runes on it and threw it forward. The golden metal turned into a stream of light and flew into the white light in the center, disappearing. What? Xianxia asked in surprise. Won't the array spirit destroy it if it sends a voice transmission directly through the jade tablet? Hee. I don't know if this formation spirit is too conceited or stupid, Venerable Western Shell said with a smile. It's never stopped me from communicating with General. It just doesn't allow anyone to take a single step into the formation ring. Soon, a black light flew out of the center of the formation ring and landed in Venerable Sibai's hand. His divine sense swept out and immediately caught the black light. He laughed loudly. Xianxia's heart tightened for some reason. The connection between him and the Demon Lord seemed to be touched again, and he could vaguely feel the restlessness under the seal of the white light. The Demon Master just sent a message, Venerable Western Shell said. He said that the formation spirit has been greatly affected by the changes in the Transmigration heaven. As long as we work together, we can directly wipe out the formation spirit, and then slowly wear down the formation light. You're indeed my blessing. It seems that the heavens have been kind to me. He glanced at Lingmu Di, the sky-patrolling bull, and the crocodile and laughed. Mu Lingdi's sky-patrolling bull, divine steel puppet, and astral wind manifestation can also be of great help. Let's attack together. After he finished speaking, his skin became much smoother and more spiritual, and his body seemed to have become a little fatter. With a wave of his gray sleeve, the dynasty bell flew out and swayed on the formation light. The inscriptions on the bell appeared one by one and circled around the ancient bell, like a chime bell, and with a shake, a clang sound rang out in all four directions. Yunxiao's body and mind trembled. As the bell rang in his ears, his divine sense was affected, and his mind seemed to freeze for a moment. However, it was only for an instant before he regained his senses. After cultivating the Great Expansion divine technique, although his divine sense might not be as strong as those peak-level experts in the art of divination, the strength of his soul was only stronger than theirs. He was already extremely shocked and surprised that his mind could be taken away. Ha! Calm your heart and focus. Venerable Western Shell was afraid that he would be distracted by the sound of the bell, so he hurriedly shouted. Then he struck out with his palms continuously, striking out all kinds of seals on the bell, leaving behind afterimages. The space above the ceiling formation light was distorted by the ripples. The 33 circles of formation light also seemed to start rippling. In an instant, the huge hand of light rushed up and grabbed the ancient bell. Go! Venerable Western Shell shouted. His figure flickered as he rushed forward. His hands grabbed a huge hammer that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl. Golden symbols flickered on it as he slammed it onto the ancient bell. Yunxiao felt his eyes being stung by the golden light, and his heart skipped a beat. It turned out that the dynasty bell was a set, and there was also a hammer for striking the bell. When the two were combined, a terrifying power emanated from it. Dang! The dynasty bell trembled, and the sound waves scattered down in circles. The hand of the formation spirit was bathed in the sound waves and paused for a moment. Ripples also appeared on the arm, and it exploded with a bang, turning into jade-like light spots and falling back into the formation. Ha ha ha! Venerable Western Shell laughed wildly and said excitedly, Li Yunxiao, hurry up and hit it with the Tusada Heavenly Peak. Once again, Yunxiao summoned Tusada Heavenly Peak, which transformed into a small mountain and smashed into the formation light. Boom! 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 The mountain peak crashed into one of the formation rings, causing ripples of light to appear. Good smash. It's like this. Woof! Clang! Venerable Western Shell struck the bell with all his might, and large amounts of sound waves turned into rain that scattered down. Suddenly, the formation light became clear and the sound of breaking through the air rang out. Countless spiritual lights turned into silver threads and flew out, like a fairy scattering flowers, shooting out all over the sky. Clang! 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 Venerable Western Shell swept his golden hammer and knocked away a large number of silver threads. However, the dynasty bell and Tusada Heavenly Peak were both entangled by countless silver threads. The threads were stretched taut and were about to be dragged into the formation light. Not good! Venerable Western Shell struck the bell with his golden hammer, causing it to sway left and right. Many silver threads snapped like hair threads, but another silver light shot up from below, binding the two profound level weapons even tighter. Yunxiao's figure flickered as he teleported to the Tushita Heavenly Peak. Then, he cast a sword incantation and produced 7 ice fiend heart flames, which circled around the sword killer's red slash and slashed down at the silver thread. Chi 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 chi, the entire mountain was enveloped by the flames, and all the silver threads broke apart. The Tusada Peak shrunk to the size of a palm in an instant before it was retracted back into his body. I forgot you still have the ice fiend heart flame. Come and help me. Venerable Western Shell was shocked and overjoyed. Not only on the dynasty bell, but even his golden mallet and body were covered in silk threads. The more he struggled, the messier he became. Yunxiao spread out his sword force, and 7 lotus flowers flew out. Roar! A giant beast with a dragon's head and a turtle's body suddenly rushed out of the formation light. It opened its mouth and spat. Whoosh! The white water poured down towards the 7 lotus flowers. With a sweep, the river overflowed. Although it couldn't extinguish the ice fiend heart flame, it washed away the lotus flowers. Is this the true form of the array spirit? Xianxia cried out in surprise. The dragon turtle roared again, and its body suddenly grew several times in size. The world turned into a vast ocean, and everyone was sucked into it. Be careful, Venerable Western Shell shouted. Don't get swept down by the water, or you won't be able to come out. The power of the ocean seemed to have gathered the power of the 4 seas, and it kept crashing into everyone's bodies. Pu Li and the sky patrolling bull were the first to be unable to withstand it. Pu Li shouted, "Save me, my lord!" He was swept down by the ocean. Soon after, the heaven patrolling bulldog and Ling Mu Di could not hold on any longer and fell into the whirlpool. Xianxia was taken aback. He had the Tushita heavenly peak with him, which could freeze the space and stop the water for the time being. But when he saw the sky patrolling bull and the Ling Mu flute disappear, he hurriedly performed an incantation gesture with one hand in a panic and forcibly cut a passage in his hand with the sword, then flew down. Don't go down! Venerable Western Shell's voice was hoarse as he roared with his eyes wide open, but Xianxia ignored him. The crystal dragon turtle turned around and stared at Venerable Western Shell with its red eyes. It opened its mouth and shot out countless silver threads again. They shot up into the water, wrapped around Venerable Western Shell and the Dynasty Bell, and dragged them down. Venerable Sebai's forehead was covered in sweat as he desperately tried to resist, but his body was still slowly sinking, and it was getting faster and faster. Finally, with a splash, his entire body was swept over by the ocean. He lost control and immediately fell down. Walla walla! The water roared for a moment, then gradually calmed down. The water level in the space continued to drop, and all of it flowed into the dragon turtle's mouth. Soon, it had drunk all of the water, and the 33 formation lights appeared once again. The crystal dragon turtle slowly flew in the air and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in a dusky sky. Below him were endless mountains and continents. It was deathly silent, and there was no sign of life. There were only gusts of cold wind. The dragon turtle looked down with its scarlet eyes. On a rock layer, Xianxia and the others were looking around in surprise. Venerable Western Shell's face turned pale, and he muttered in a daze, It's over. It's over this time, Luo. Where is this? Xianxia asked. Venerable Western Shell seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and he stood there in a daze, not saying a word. This is the place where Lord Pu is sealed, Pu Li said while looking at Xianxia. The first layer of the 33 heavens. The first level. Xianxia was taken aback. He spread out his divine sense, and everything within hundreds of miles was within his range. In addition to the gusts of chilly wind, the earth contained an extremely terrifying demonic chi, and even the rock layers were dyed black. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect that we would meet one day, did you? Venerable Western Shell. The earth trembled as terrifying demonic chi seeped out from the ground, enveloping everyone like a sea of demonic chi. Xianxia hurriedly performed incantation gestures with both hands, covering his body with demonic runes. He let the demonic aura hit him in the face, but he absorbed a lot of it. This change stunned Pu Li. He looked at him strangely and kept silent, but his eyes showed his fear of the Devil Master. A large amount of demonic chi gathered in the sky and soon condensed into a human figure, who looked down with a cold expression. The Demon Lord's Dharma was solemn and similar to the Emperor's avatar, but he also had the aura of a superior, as if thousands of spirits were submissive at his feet. Pu Li couldn't help but tremble. He finally knelt down and prostrated on the ground. Xianxia also felt the suppression of the demonic power. He changed his hand seals, and the demonic runes all over his body receded, transforming into an indestructible golden body that shone brightly. Only then did he withstand the pressure. Hee. As if he did not know Xianxia, Pu's eyes swept across the room and landed on Master Shibei. Kid, You've been hiding like a turtle for 100,000 years, like a walking corpse. In exchange, you're sealed with me today. Ha ha ha. Isn't it interesting? Venerable Master Shibei was so angry that his entire body trembled. He pointed at Pu and roared, "It's all your fault, you untrustworthy thing. Didn't we agree to attack together?" Pu Tong laughed. "Together? If I can't get out, how can I attack?" Venerable Shibei's face turned red, as if all the blood in his body had rushed up. He roared, "Now that I've come down, you won't be able to get out for the rest of your life." Pu laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. So what if I can't get out? I've been here for 100,000 years and I'm used to it. You, on the other hand, have turned yourself into a corpse for 100,000 years to resist the invasion of time. You can only resurrect 2 hours a year, and you've worked hard to survive until now, but you ended up being sealed with me. Can you tell me how big the trauma is in your heart?" Wow! Venerable Western Shell was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His ruddy skin was about to split open, and the sky above his head was affected by his emotions. A vortex formed, and a terrifying power surged out. His eyes were spewing fire. "Master, please don't be angry." Yunxiao was shocked. Venerable Western Shell's appearance at the moment was too frightening. He had found it strange before that Venerable Western Shell had been the one to seal the demon, so how could he have survived until now? He could only revive for 2 hours every year and remain in his zombified state for the rest of the time, which could reduce the erosion of time to the minimum. In this way, he had only lived for a total of 20 years in the past 100,000 years. To have such an ending in such a way that was worse than death, anyone would have gone crazy. "Master, please don't be angry. Since it's a fact that the array spirit has been damaged, as long as we unite, we still have a great chance of breaking out," Yunxiao shouted. Venerable Western Shell's face flickered with red light. The vortex on top of his head was like a mess of hair, and like the elemental energy in his body, it was almost out of control. At Yunxiao's roar, the manic emotion was immediately suppressed, and the vortex gradually converged and then dissipated in the sky. Venerable Western Shell gradually came back to his senses. He looked at the dragon turtle in the distance with a cold glint in his eyes and said, "That's right. If we work together, we still have a chance of killing this dragon turtle and getting out." Pu laughed coldly. "Don't be too optimistic. I fought with this dragon turtle countless times. I've been beaten up each time. I've become used to being beaten for 100,000 years." Yunxiao's face was full of black lines. It was really rare for a demon master who had dominated his world to say that. It seemed that Emperor Puha was quite different. Although he was cold, he didn't have any evil aura. Venerable Western Shell put his hands together and slowly adjusted his elemental energy. "Everyone, adjust your state. We'll send that formation spirit to heaven together later." The skin on his body expanded and contracted. When it expanded, it looked swollen. But when it contracted, it looked like a dried corpse, revealing a rugged skeleton, and white breath was coming out of its mouth. That wasn't ordinary elemental energy, but spiritual energy. This was the first time Yunxiao had sensed the spiritual energy in someone else, which was much stronger than the small ball in his body. He also sat down cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the dragon turtle in the sky had already disappeared. It was as if it did not care about them after leaving them behind. "This formation spirit is only guarding the seal to prevent me from escaping. As long as you don't rush up, it won't meddle in other people's business." Venerable Western Shell had also finished regulating his breathing. He stared at the 33 layers of formation light in the sky for a while, then said, "Li Yunxiao, use the Tusada Heavenly Peak to blast the dragon turtle out." Yunxiao frowned slightly. He did not like the commanding tone, but he could not care less about such trifles at this time. The six-colored light flashed and turned into a towering mountain that flew up into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain peak directly stabbed into the formation light, causing ripples. Then countless silver threads flew out from it, and just like before, they tied up the Tusada Peak and dragged it inside. A dragon's head emerged from the formation light. The silver threads were spat out from his mouth, and his crimson eyes stared down as if he was observing everyone's movements. "Attack!" Venerable Western Shell immediately shouted. He was the first to flash and disappear from his spot. A golden light shot into the sky and transformed into his true form not far from the dragon turtle. He picked up the golden hammer and hit the dragon's head. Without waiting for him to say anything, Xianxia teleported to the Tusada heavenly peak and slashed out a fiery lotus, burning all the silver threads. The dragon turtle's head swayed slightly, and its entire body strangely disappeared from its original spot. Venerable Western Shell's mallet had missed. A few thousand feet away from the two, Devil Lord Pu suddenly appeared out of thin air and made a grabbing motion. Pa! His 5 fingers seemed to have pierced into something. He gripped the air and pulled hard, slowly pulling the dragon turtle out. His 5 fingers were inserted deep into the dragon turtle's face, covering its mouth tightly. He laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha! You damn turtle! Do you think this day will come?" The dragon turtle didn't seem to be in pain. When it realized that it couldn't open its mouth, it shook its head and its red eyes turned scarlet. It shot out 2 rays of red light that hit Pu's body. Ift, ift. With 2 air-piercing sounds, it was as if 2 sand walls had been pierced. 2 holes appeared on his body, but there was no blood. "Ha ha! Go to hell!" Pu laughed out loud. The 2 of them had fought for 100,000 years and knew each other well. He clenched his fingers and with a loud bang, the dragon turtle's head and body exploded into countless crystals. Pu's hands quickly formed a seal, drawing out a hexagon seal and pressing forward. Monstrous demonic chi gushed out of the mark and instantly formed hundreds of demonic chi, which devoured the crystals crazily. The sky was filled with demonic cries, which dumbfounded Xianxia and Venerable Western Shell. All of a sudden, some of the demonic fiends stopped in their tracks, as if they had been struck by a petrifying spell. Their ferocious faces became dull, and the color of their bodies began to turn light blue before they shattered with a bang. An astral wind swept over, and countless light blue crystal powder flew up from the hundreds of demonic specters. They spun in the air and formed the body of a man. "Humph. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to consolidate another equipment." He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the figure. A beam of light shot out. Bang! The crystal man's head was pierced through, and cracks began to form around the hole. An ear-piercing sound rang out as Pu's hundreds of fingers instantly struck the crystal man's body. These were the major acupuncture points of the human body. Bang! 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 Pong! 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 The crystalline man was instantly beaten into a hornet's nest, and his entire body began to split open. With a bang, he exploded into a cloud of dust. "Ha ha! Shuang, will you have such a day?" Pu laughed crazily. He waved his hand, and demonic chi appeared, flying over to swallow the powder. All of a sudden, the brightness of the 33 layers of formation light increased greatly. A ring-shaped formation ring fell, and everywhere it passed, the demonic chi was swept away. Boom! The formation light crashed into the demonic fiends, crushing them into pieces. The light blue powder, under the protection of the formation light, flew up and condensed into the figure of a man. His body was crystal clear and as exquisite as jade. The man raised his hand, and the formation light shrank and gathered at the tip of his finger. It looked like a ring, and he pointed it down directly, as if in response to MOPU's countless finger lights. Boom! The light ring expanded and crushed the space as if it was a rotten wood, and it flew toward the demon master. Pu's smile disappeared and his expression became serious. He made a hand seal and his body immediately turned into a ball of demonic chi, disappearing from the formation light in a flash. Seeing this, the formation spirit stretched out its 5 fingers and grabbed at the air. The formation light immediately stopped, turned in the air, and turned into a light purple bracelet, flying back. The bracelet was of the same color as the formation light. It was worn on the wrist of the formation spirit, and it stood there quietly, waiting for the demon master to appear. "Why are you still standing there?" Aren't we going to attack together? Suddenly, he appeared beside Xianxia and the others and said, "This is the formation spirit's final form. The dragon turtle from before was just an appearance it liked to evolve. The rings in his hand are formed from formation light, and there are a total of 33 rings. When all the formation rings appear, he'll be at his strongest state." 33. Xianxia and Venerable Western Shell both cried out in horror. Pu nodded. "What else do you think? If it was just a small fry, would I still be suppressed for 100,000 years? If his formation ring is destroyed, then the corresponding space will lose its foundation and will gradually die out." Venerable Western Shell's expression was dark as he said coldly, "No matter how difficult it is, I have to go or else I'll die here." He looked at Pu Li and said, "You too?" "Yes," Pu Li hurriedly replied. He took out his saber and waited sternly. "As long as we work together, there's still a chance for us to leave," Pu said. He glanced at Xianxia intentionally or unintentionally. Xianxia was taken aback, not understanding what Pu meant. It was reasonable to say that when the two of them met, it would not be so calm like a stranger. He thought to himself, could it be that he's afraid of Venerable Western Shell? He glanced at the Lingmu flute behind him. Seeing that the Lingmu flute didn't have much of a reaction, he couldn't help but guess. Lingmu Di and Venerable Western Shell must have known each other. They were comrades from 100,000 years ago, but they pretended to be unconscious puppets when they met. There must be something wrong. "You fought with him the most," Venerable Western Shell said. "You're the best at how you should fight." Pu Dao said, "This great sealing formation is formed by the 10 rules of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Its formation light can restrain almost everything. It doesn't have any special weaknesses. But after all, 100,000 years had passed, and most of its power had been lost, which was how the 33 heavens were formed. Besides, when Xianxia smashed the 4th layer, I could clearly sense that the array spirit's power has weakened a lot. But even so, it's still hard to resist it. Xianxia will continue to bombard the 1st layer of the core array light with the Earth Elemental Profound artifact and the Ice Fiend Heart Flame. This is the most likely way to break the seal. Alright, then we'll try our best to stall for time. That way, we won't have to fight to the death." Venerable Western Shell immediately agreed. After a short discussion, everyone dispersed and flew toward the array spirit using their escape techniques. Venerable Western Shell formed an incantation gesture with one hand, and the ancient dynasty bell expanded to a size of 10 mu, enveloping the formation spirit. Holding the Tusada peak with one hand, Xianxia teleported directly under the 1st layer of array light and threw it up. The small mountain rolled in the air, and with each roll it grew several times larger, finally turning into a giant peak. 6 earth elemental glows converged into a line and shot into the core formation light. Boom! The 6 colored beams of light gathered and stirred the 1st layer of formation light, causing it to ripple like waves. The formation spirit's body trembled as it raised its head to look at the core formation light. It was impossible to distinguish its face from its crystal-clear facial features, but a trace of surprise could be seen between its brows. He suddenly raised his fist and threw it out, sending out ripples that surged on the dynasty bell, making a crisp ancient sound. At the same time, he took a step back and disappeared. Xianxia suddenly sensed danger. Just as he was about to teleport, he found that the space had been shackled, and a light purple halo was coming at him. He jumped in shock and turned into a flash of lightning. He stuck close to the Tusada heavenly peak and escaped along the mountain like a dragon. Boom, boom, boom! The faint purple ring of light struck the Tusada peak, causing the convergence of the light beam to become unstable. The light beam split apart from the core formation light and split into 6 beams again. The formation spirit's attack missed, but it didn't chase. Instead, it formed a hand seal with one hand and raised it above its head. 3 more halos descended from the Treastrimsa heaven. They were hundreds of acres in size and flew towards Do Shui heavenly peak. All of a sudden, Demon Lord Pu appeared behind it silently, and a ball of demonic light appeared in his hand as he struck it toward the formation spirit's head. The light on the formation spirit's body flickered, intertwining and flickering under the illumination of the magic light. His body shook slightly as his right hand formed a seal. A light purple formation ring flew over and wrapped around his arm. It flashed with countless golden talisman lights and suddenly attacked his face. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as the two beams of light devoured each other. The two of them stood in place without taking a single step back, using their bodies to withstand the aftershock. Piyu's body was constantly emitting black demonic chi, like a black flame, and it scattered behind him. He did not use his full strength in this attack. The two of them had fought for 100,000 years and knew each other like the back of their hands. It was almost impossible to kill the formation spirit unless he could return to his peak 100,000 years ago. Therefore, his only purpose was to hold the enemy back and free Xianxia's hands. Under the impact, the formation spirit's purple formation ring on its fist trembled. Not far away, 3 formation rings fell one after another, covering hundreds of acres, and bound the light of the Tusada heavenly peak. As if the sky was falling, the entire mountain was suppressed and made a huge roar. Xianxia also felt an extremely uncomfortable suppression. His body flickered with golden light as he quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands, driving the mountain directly toward the 3 rings. Boom, boom, boom. The 6-colored light shone out from the center of the formation ring and scattered into the sky. It turned into a dense yellow light, as if it was an extension of the boundary. The space within the 3 layers of the array ring began to distort. Originally, the formation ring wanted to contain the Tusada heavenly peak, but it was now being restricted in turn. It split up and formed 3 circles that revolved around the Tusada heavenly peak. The array spirit looked back, and the crystal on its body flickered with a green light. Under the suppression of General, it immediately produced a clone, which teleported in front of Xianxia and threw a punch. With a bang, the space was instantly shattered. That fist aura was like a copper hammer. He could feel the pressure from a few feet away. Golden light flickered on his body, and his internal organs seemed to have been squeezed together, as if they were about to be torn into pieces. Xianxia was shocked. When he opened his mouth, he found it difficult to breathe, and he could not make a sound. Suddenly, a golden light fell from the sky and struck with an ancient sound. All the pressure brought by the fist energy disappeared. The dynasty bell fell and enveloped the clone of the formation spirit. With a flash, venerable western shell appeared in front of the large bell and raised the golden hammer to strike it. Clang! Clang! The inscriptions on the bell trembled, and the ancient sound spread out slightly. More of the power of the sound waves surged inside the bell, and the space also shook with the sound of the bell. Suddenly, a shattering sound came from the bell. A large number of blue light spots flew out of the bell, all of which were thumb-sized shelled insects. They looked like humans, and their shells were like turtles, each of which had a single crystalline body. They flapped their wings and rushed toward Master Western Shell and Xianxia. This array spirit was almost undying and indestructible, just like elements. No matter how it split, it could condense and take form. Furthermore, it was 10,000 times stronger than ordinary elements. Bang! 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 Xianxia took out the sword death and slashed at the red, then waved it out to form an airtight shield in front of him. Every time sword death slashed red, it could strike away dozens of beetles, but it could not kill it. The surroundings were filled with the noise of collisions. However, the ice fiend Heartflame was sandwiched in the sword force, like a wall of swords and a wall of fire. The insects could not break through it for a while. Venerable Western Shell's expression changed, and he covered himself with the dynasty bell. The bugs all hit the bell, and the clanging of the bell hurt their eardrums. Seeing that the two of them couldn't overcome the bugs in such a short time, another wave of bugs went to Mu Lingdi and the others. As soon as the few of them came into contact with the insect, they were immediately defeated. The array light created by the heaven-patrolling bulldog was instantly broken. A large number of bugs laid on its body, making schwa 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 sounds as they bit the divine chariot, leaving small holes on the surface. The 9 heavens de Lua hoop flew out from the heaven-patrolling bulldog's neck and spun around its body. The red light kept sweeping across its body and hitting the bugs. It was able to remove some of them, but the effect was not great. Lingmu Di also waved his fists and shook off a large number of bugs. However, some of them still fell from his body from time to time. They used their tiny teeth to gnaw on his body. Fortunately, the divine steel was extremely strong, so he did not feel any pain. The crocodile was in the best state. It directly turned into a strong wind and circled around the insects, making it difficult to hurt its body. Only Pu Li's face was pale and cold sweat was flowing down like a water column. He waved his war blade tightly, but it was still pierced through with bang bang bang. Those insects directly rushed into his body and disappeared into it with puff puff. Ah! Pu Li's painful voice kept coming out of his mouth. The blade light was instantly disintegrated and hundreds of insects flew into his body. Then, some crawled out of his mouth and some even broke out of his throat. He was immediately unable to speak and could only wave his hands desperately. Soon, the bugs that had entered seemed to have eaten his internal organs and all broke out of his skin. With a bang, Pu Li's body crumbled, turning into countless demonic spirits that flew around in the air. The insects pounced at the demonic fiends again, and a large number of them were bitten to death, turning into the purest demonic chi and scattering in the air. A true God realm expert was killed in just a blink of an eye. Lingmu Di frowned as he watched. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked into the distance. From time to time, lightning would burst out of Xianxiao's sea of sword beams and fire, as if a figure had appeared. Cool! 1,000 years and 10,000 years. Two familiar voices rang out. Suddenly, the sword light retreated, and the thunderbolts turned into a barrier that flickered with a blinding light. Inside the barrier, a cloud of green poisonous gas spread like a plant, making the same crackling sound as the thunderbolts. Spinning yo-yo, Yunxiao and Beifeng then combined their attacks, and with a loud boom, a terrifying power of thunder poison spread out, covering an area of tens of thousands of feet in an instant. All the insects turned green and flashed with lightning. However, they still flew in the thunder world and rushed toward the two. Although the attack power was not reduced, Yunxiao could clearly see that the green poison had penetrated into the bugs, and the lightning had also spread out, causing some damage. Tian Ke! Break! Yunxiao cried out as his eyes turned blood red, and he unleashed the power of his divine skill. Wherever he looked, the power of thunder and lightning seemed to multiply, wantonly destroying the crystal structure of the bugs. At the same time, he conjured 3 heads and 6 arms again. The northern heaven cold star swords flew out one after another and formed a formation in the sky. The sword will spread out and protected the surroundings. He also threw out the great sorrow sunset cloud mirror to form a mirror array. Countless mirror lights shot out and formed an exquisite and transparent multicolored array realm, placing all the insects inside. However, the mirror array suddenly shattered after a short while. The rainbow array boundary disappeared and the mirror surface became dim. The million sword illustration was in a daze. It was covered in bugs that were biting and tearing at it. Even the 36 northern heavens cold star swords were covered in bugs that were gnawing on the blades. Both his and Beifeng Nan's hands were covered in cold sweat. Pu Li's death was right in front of their eyes. This way of death was too terrifying. Both of them felt a chill run down their spines. Mopu's face turned extremely solemn as he shouted, "Mo weapon!" Yunxiao's heart trembled as he thought of the demon soldier Iron Chain as Fansha. If he could use the 3,000 worlds technique, he should be able to devour these bugs. Thinking up to this point, he didn't hesitate anymore and displayed his true fiend Dharma. The Dharma giant also formed 3 heads and 6 arms and formed hand seals. Suddenly, Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. Under the sealed sky, he could not sense the existence of the 6 paths demonic weapons. There was only a faint connection, but it was hard to figure out. In the distance, Demon Master Pu's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Demonic Essence Flash!" Infinite demonic light burst out from his 2-handed seal, shaking away the array spirit in front of him. Then, demonic chi billowed into the sky, and he disappeared. In the next moment, Demon Master Pu appeared in front of the true devil spirit and rushed in directly, merging with it. What? Yunxiao's body trembled. At that moment, he found that the giant spirit had come to life and was out of his control. The three-faced devil's Dharma form opened its eyes. Their faces were filled with cold mockery, and their eyes flashed with excitement. Pu, you're so silly. Yunxiao was taken aback. He knew that the true devil spirit had been controlled by the devil lord, but he did not understand what it meant. Ha ha ha! The three big mouths laughed wildly at the same time. Pu had completely integrated into the true fiend Dharma idol. He spread his 6 arms and shouted, "Mo weapon!" A pitch-black nebula appeared around the Dharma form. A terrifying power seemed to cross over and the entire sealed space trembled. A strong light suddenly burst out from the dynasty bell, and the sound of a golden hammer striking came from inside, shaking away countless insects. Venerable Sibai immediately appeared and looked at the true fiend Dharma idol in shock, especially the terrifying power coming from the nebula. He cried out, "A 6 paths demonic weapon! What's going on? What's going on? What's happening?" The true fiend Dharma idol laughed and looked at Venerable Western Shell coldly. "What is it strange? The king of the Western regions? Bei Jinghong." Venerable Western Shell's body trembled, and his eyes burst with light. He hadn't heard this name for 100,000 years. All of the insects suddenly stopped and flew towards the formation spirit, all of them merging into his body. All the crystals once again fused into one, but there were many green spots on the formation spirit's body. It was the poison of the 7 illusion green damask. Although its body was poisoned, it didn't seem to have any effect. After the formation spirit recovered its complete body, it made a hand seal, and dozens of colorful lights descended from the ceiling formation light in the sky, all condensing into a ring. The 3 daggers suppressed by the Tusada heavenly peak also flew back to his side. 33 formation rings of different colors covered his entire body, his neck, legs, arms, waist, and fingers. One of the white formation rings was formed from the true core seal, and he held it in his hand as a weapon. It was as if Pu's transformation had alerted him, and he had used all of his power to prepare for the battle. Bei Jinghong looked at the demonic nebula in fear. Each of his 6 arms held a demonic weapon. Just its existence gave people a huge pressure. Pu looked at him coldly and sneered. "Bei Jinghong, for the past 100,000 years, you have been thinking about how to devour me and obtain all my power. But it's a pity that the heavens are playing tricks on us. Thank you for bringing Li Yunxiao to me." "Li Yunxiao? You two know each other?" Bei Jinghong was shocked. "This Ing Luo, how is this possible?" Pu sneered. "Nothing is impossible. You just don't want to believe it. I'll tell you one more thing that will drive you crazy. At the beginning of the birth of the heavenly martial realm, the divine realm tablet, a heavenly saint artifact, which was born from the power of the realm, is in the hands of this Li Yunxiao." "Ah!" Bei Jinghong was stunned. Then, his body trembled and he cried out, "Divine realm tablet, Li Yunxiao, the divine realm tablet is in your hands." It was only at this moment that he noticed the man beside Yunxiao. His pupils constricted as he said in surprise, "Bai Ming Nan!" Bai Ming Nan was dressed in white, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His face was as clear as jade, just like how he had looked in the past. "Greetings to Lord Bei Jinghong, King of the Western regions." Bei Feng Nan said respectfully with a calm expression. Bei Jinghong's face was livid as he stared at Yunxiao and reached out his hand. "Give me the divine realm tablet." Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "I didn't think that Venerable Western Shell was the king of the Western regions. Since your excellency knows about the divine realm tablet, you should also understand that the holy artifact has a spirit and will choose its own master. What's the use of giving it to your excellency?" Bei Jinghong snorted, gritted his teeth, and scolded. "If you don't give it to me, how do you know that I'm not the master chosen by the divine realm tablet? In terms of strength, origin, and contribution to the realm of heavenly martial arts, I far surpass you, and I'm even more qualified to own the Divine Realm tablet. Hurry up and give it to me. He could no longer control his emotions. A violent aura spread out from his body. Spiritual energy gushed out from his outstretched palm, turning into rolling clouds. Seeing that Xianxia did not answer, he did not have the patience to wait. With a flash of white light, he teleported in front of Xianxia and reached out his 5 fingers to grab him. Be careful! Beifeng Nan's body moved. An array of white light burst forth as the eternal imperial sword pierced forward. Bang! Bei Jinghong's 5 fingers grabbed the sword, directly breaking the eternal imperial sword, turning it into countless corpse puppets and flying away. The force exploded and sent Beiming Nan flying. Xianxia had been prepared for this. Even if Beiming Nan did not make a move, Bei Jinghong's claw would not be able to touch him. His body turned into lightning and he retreated a few thousand feet away. He shouted, Lord Bei Jinghong, what are you doing? Bei Jinghong's strength was unfathomable. If he made a move, he would not be able to resist it. Therefore, he made a hand seal with one hand and his 5 fingers grabbed the air. The Tusita peak, which had been standing there quietly, twisted for a moment before it flew down and grew to a foot tall, hanging in Xianxia's palm. Bei Jinghong sneered. His eyes were full of contempt. He reached out his hand and said coldly, What are you doing? He's naturally here to collect my Divine Realm tablet. Hurry up and give it to me. Your Divine Realm tablet? Xianxia laughed. Darren has been a turtle for 100,000 years. His face has also turned into a turtle shell. You're looking for death. Bei Jinghong's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Xianxia again, swinging the golden hammer at him. Boom! The space where Xianxia stood was shattered by the hammer, and a vortex appeared, sucking in all the light. But Xianxia was prepared. He left only an afterimage as his real body appeared thousands of feet away and scolded, Bei Jinghong, don't forget that the Demon Master and the Array Spirit are still here. Do you want to be imprisoned forever? Haha, after I kill you and take back the Divine Realm tablet, I'll be able to kill the Formation Spirit and the Demon Master. Then, I'll get out of here. Bei Jinghong's eyes were filled with killing intent. The golden light on his face swayed back and forth as if he had been completely possessed. You're overestimating the Divine Realm tablet, Xianxia said sarcastically. Don't you think so highly of it? If it had such power, the demon-sealing war wouldn't have affected the entire world. Bei Jinghong shouted, The past is the past, and now is the present. Give me the Divine Realm tablet. He almost went crazy. His face became ferocious as he broke through the air and rushed over. The Demon Master and the Array Spirit were right next to him, but they did not care. There was only madness in their eyes as they stared at Xianxia without blinking. The golden mallet was like a club and extended to 8 zhonglong. Killing intent emanated from the club as it struck out. A golden light suddenly lit up the sky, sealing off all the space, leaving Xianxia with no way to escape. Mopu and the Formation Spirit were confronting each other not far away, and they did not seem to have much interest in the fight between the two. It had 3 heads and 6 arms. One of its Dharma forms was looking at the Array Spirit coldly. The other was looking at Bei Jinghong and Xianxia with a mocking smile, and the last one had its eyes slightly closed and a solemn expression on its face, as if it was mumbling something. Demonic chi still swirled around his 6 arms, and the shadows of his weapons flickered, giving off a vast power that was solemn. The Formation Spirit, on the other hand, stood there without moving, as if it was frozen. Her entire body was covered in formation rings, and more than 30 different colored halos spread out, creating a beautiful sight. He only stared at Mopu, as if the others were not worthy of his attention. In the golden light in the distance, the cudgel suddenly struck down. Although Xianxia was shocked, he did not panic. With a cold look on his face, he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. The Tusita peak flew up from his palm and expanded in the wind, forming a barrier in front of him. After that, he also transformed into a flash of green light and lightning that circled around the mountain. Boom! The golden mallet struck the mountain, sending rocks and lightning into the air. Countless thunderbolts climbed up the golden stick like small snakes, trying to attack Bei Jinghong, but they were blocked by the spiritual power 3 inches away and couldn't get close. Haha, a small trick. You're not even at the deity realm, so what right do you have to possess the divine realm tablet? Go to hell! Bei Jinghong shouted as he formed a hand seal and charged at the lightning on the golden stick. His eyes flickered, as he had long known that the thunderbolt was transformed from Yunxiao's original body. The 5-element spirit body could do whatever it wanted in the current heavenly martial arts realm, but it was nothing in front of him. All of a sudden, the lightning on the golden cudgel gathered together and transformed into a huge hand. With a series of hand seals, dense lightning flashed and it struck out at the same time. That's Ingluo. Bei Jinghong's eyelids twitched. He saw the 2 fingers of the thunder seal suddenly separate like a monster opening its mouth and spitting out a purple lightning. This is Ingluo. Bei Jinghong was shocked, but it was too late. The purple lightning turned into a small snake and broke his seal, blasting on his 5 fingers. Bang! His hand that was forming hand seals exploded and was covered in blood. The lightning traveled up his arm, and his entire arm was numb with blue veins popping out. Zifu world-destroying god lightning. It's impossible. Bei Jinghong was still in disbelief. His eyes were full of shock. However, apart from the Xianxia Zifu world-destroying godly thunder, there was nothing else that could penetrate his spiritual power and hurt his body directly. Not only do you have the Divine Realm Tablet, but you also have the Purple Mansion Divine Thunder. It seems that I can't keep you alive. Bei Jinghong's arm was numb, but his killing intent rose. He struck out with his right hand and shook off all the lightning on the golden rod. Then he raised the rod and hit the lightning. After the blue thunderbolt was peeled off from the golden stick, it turned into Yunxiao's true body. As soon as he saw the golden stick come down again, he flickered and turned into a thunderbolt again, directly hiding in the Tushita heavenly peak behind him. Boom! The golden stick struck the Tushita heavenly peak again, causing a large amount of soil and rocks to be jolted out and shot into the void. The 6-colored elemental light flickered a few times, and the Tushita peak suddenly grew in the wind, becoming 1,000 feet tall and still growing. The mountain wall was like a copper wall and an iron hammer that pressed down on Bei Jinghong. He knew how powerful this profound level weapon was, so he didn't dare to be careless. He also flew into the 6-colored light and stood on a huge rock. Holding the golden staff in his hand, he released his divine sense, but the power of the earth was extremely strong and directly absorbed his divine sense. He was completely unable to detect anything. Bei Jinghong frowned. At this moment, the Tushita heavenly peak was thousands of feet high, larger than an ordinary hill. It was impossible to find Yunxiao hiding in it. Come out! Come out! He shouted in anger and waved the golden mallet in a flurry of attacks. Bang, bang, bang. 2 large rocks and dust were shaken up. However, the mountain was empty and there was no response. If you have the ability, then hide inside for the rest of your life. Bei Jinghong roared and flew out after saying this. He directly flashed to the void and looked down. The Tushita heavenly peak was no different from an ordinary mountain after being enlarged by thousands of times. It slowly descended from the sky and sank 1,000 feet deep into the pitch-black ground. Bei Jinghong could only see the 6-colored misty elemental light from high up in the sky, but he could not see any trace of Yunxiao. Only in this mountain, deep in the clouds. All right, since you're hiding from me, don't blame me for being disloyal. Bei Jinghong waited for a while and ran out of patience. He threw out the dynasty bell and hit it with the golden hammer. Clang! Clang! The bell rang rapidly, and just like the frustration in his heart, it turned into countless sound waves that hit the Tushita heavenly peak. A large number of soil and stones were broken, and the entire mountain was shaken into dust. But 15 minutes later, Yunxiao still did not come out. You're so noisy. The sound of the bell finally attracted Mopu's dissatisfaction. He shouted, and one of his Dharma forms revealed an angry look. He opened his mouth and his 2 lips formed a strange shape. Then, a long whistle burst out from within. Woo-woo! The sound waves pierced through the sky and intertwined with the dynasty bell, forming a noisy sound. It was as if thousands of weapons were hitting the bell, and golden light was emitted with clanging sounds. "Pu, you coward," Bei Jinghong said angrily. Mopu's Dharma laughed coldly. "Be quiet. What's yours is yours, and what's not yours will never be yours. The choice of the heavenly Tao, you have to believe it whether you want to or not. Li Yunxiao is the one with the will of heaven, but you, Lao Ai, are not." The alchemy book was suspended in one of his palms. He raised his index finger and shook it a few times. The corners of his mouth curled up and he was full of ridicule. "Shut up. I'm the one chosen by the heavens." Bei Jinghong pointed at Mopu and shouted, "If I didn't have the will of the heavens, how could I have survived for 100,000 years? Just this point alone can prove that the heavens' will is on me." "Tisk! You're right," said Mopu with a disdainful look, "but your destiny, or rather your mission that you've experienced for 100,000 years, is to bring Yunxiao to this place. Now that your mission is over, you can accept your fate." "Shut your stinky mouth. Accept his fate? What fate? You're the ones who have to accept your fate." Bei Jinghong's figure flickered and disappeared with the dynasty bell. He directly teleported above the Devil Lord and patted the body of the bell. Countless talisman lights scattered, and the huge ancient bell turned into half an acre in size and fell down, trying to suppress Mopu. "Give me all your strength. Obtaining the strongest power is the destiny that I, Bei Jinghong, deserve." Not only was the dynasty bell shining with golden light, but there were also demonic patterns dancing on it. At some point, Bei Jinghong's skin was covered with black patterns, which looked exactly the same as when Yunxiao was circulating his fiend technique. "Childish. You can't get what you couldn't for 100,000 years, and you can't get it now either," Mopu sneered. He clenched his fist, and the illusory weapon began to materialize. A terrifying power spread out from the weapon, and a demonic ring appeared and expanded to several thousand feet. Clang clang. The dynasty bell trembled continuously under the impact of the vast power. The demon lord flicked his wrist, and the Agama bone cleaver left afterimages as it slashed toward the big bell. Boom! A ravine was slashed in the sky, and the entire formation light of the 33 heavens trembled. Bang! The pitch-black saber radiance struck the bell and immediately extinguished most of the golden light. The dynasty bell spun violently, and the inscriptions on the bell flashed one by one. Bei Jinghong's face was so gloomy that water was dripping out. His eyes were full of madness and he had completely lost his mind. He directly teleported down and hit the bell with the golden hammer. Dang! A dense golden light spread out, slightly blocking the saber chi. "Oh!" Mopu's eyelids twitched, the corner of his mouth raised, and he sneered, "Useless!" The wrist pressed down hard, and the Agama bone cleaver made a sound of a profound artifact, as if it had returned to ancient times, when the world was created. Bang! The golden light on the dynasty bell was instantly broken. The saber radiance struck the bell and exploded. Although the profound level weapon was destroyed, the terrifying power of the demonic blade did not decrease and continued to attack. Bei Jinghong was shocked. The madness in his eyes seemed to have been doused with cold water. He instantly sobered up and hurriedly swept the golden hammer in front of him. Boom! The golden mallet suddenly broke and he was swallowed by the demonic light. After the blade light of Agon's bone cleaver annihilated Bei Jinghong, it cut into the formation light of the Xianxia heaven. A wave of demonic chi surged, causing the sky to tremble. Humph! I'll let you off for now. After I've killed the formation spirit's first blood, I'll consider whether to kill you or turn you into hard work. With a sneer, Mopu loosened his 5 fingers that were holding the blade and turned it back into a seal. The Agama bone cleaver floated on the seal and became illusory again. The ravine created by the blade suddenly appeared in the void thousands of feet away. Bei Jinghong's face was extremely pale and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was also golden. Impossible! If you could use the 6 Paths demonic weapon, you wouldn't have to wait until today. Bei Jinghong's aura fell sharply, as if he had lost all his blood essence. He became thin. His wrinkled skin stuck to his bones, and his cheekbones sank. "Did you forget what I said just now?" Mopu said sarcastically. "Thank you for bringing Li Yunxiao here. How do you think he refined his true fiend Dharma idol?" Bei Jinghong's body trembled. His eyes were filled with fear as he cried out, "Could it be Zhenjin? Zhenjin. Hee. It's that stupid emperor's clone." Mopu laughed out loud and said ferociously, "Haha. I didn't think that I would be able to retrieve a portion of my devil essence after 100,000 years. Back then, the Demon Lord Monarch had been split into two because of his thoughts of good and evil. Now, the two thoughts had merged into one again. There was no good or evil, only the purest power. Under the barrier of the 33 heavens, I really can't sense the existence of the Six Paths demonic weapon. But Yunxiao's Emperor's avatar can feel the demonic weapons at will. After I got this part of devil essence, not only can I control the demonic weapons at will, but the long-lost power has also returned a lot. The former king of the western regions, are you desperate?" Mopu laughed wildly. The three Dharma forms all showed mockery and looked at Bei Jinghong coldly, as if he was looking at the decaying past. Bei Jinghong suffered a blow and spat out another mouthful of blood. His face turned red and his thin body began to tremble. On the Tushita heavenly peak, the six-colored light changed like clouds. Suddenly, Yunxiao appeared and stood up as if he was riding on a cloud. He stared at Mopu with a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, "Get it? You've taken away my devil essence and you're not returning it. Return." Mopu opened his mouth wide and could not help but laugh wildly. "Ha ha ha. My stomach is hurting from laughing too much." His smile gradually froze, and he sneered coldly. "Return your sister." Yunxiao's eyes shone with a cold light as he clenched his fists. "Don't look at me like that," Mopu chuckled. "I'm just returning it to its owner. Kid, you're not bad. After I kill the formation spirit, I can make you my servant and let you lead all the slaves." Yunxiao crossed his arms over his chest and said coldly, "Wait until you really kill the formation spirit. Be careful. I'll shoot an arrow from the side." Mopu sneered. "You've lost your devil essence and can't fully control the divine realm tablet. In my opinion, you're even worse than Bei Jinghong. Doesn't matter if you're one more. Since you don't want to be my slave, then so be it. I originally wanted you to hand over the sword in your hand, but it seems that I have to take it myself." Yunxiao grunted and ignored him. Although he had lost a large amount of devil essence, he was not too angry. This might be the only chance to defeat the formation spirit and break out of the seal. As for the lost devil essence, he could always find an opportunity to get it back. Even if he couldn't get it back, he could make up for it by cultivating in places like the ancient Devil's Well or the Tiandang Mountains. Now that Bei Jinghong was seriously injured, he was no longer a threat to him. Thus, he made a hand seal and kept the Tusita Peak. He returned to the side of Baiming, Nan and the others, only to find that Ling Mudi's figure was gone. Yunxiao was slightly surprised. He hurriedly looked up and saw Ling Mudi's figure quietly appear behind Bei Jinghong. Bei Jinghong sneered and said, "Even if you want to hit me when I'm down, you wouldn't dare to face me directly. Why would you send a puppet to attack me? This kind of person still has the will of the heavens. He's even worthy of possessing the divine realm tablet." He had already discovered the trace of the Lingmu flute. He turned around with a sneer and struck out with his palm. Even if it was a divine steel puppet, he did not take it to heart. When he turned his head, his body suddenly trembled, and his eyes widened like copper bells. He saw a silver whip strike down, leaving behind a few afterimages and some symbols. Reverse Soul Whip. He immediately recognized the profound level weapon and was scared out of his wits. He cried out, "How is this possible?" However, he didn't have time to think. He couldn't dodge it, so he suddenly changed his palm into a fist and poured all his strength into it. Boom! The punch landed on the Reverse Soul Whip and created countless silver lights. The Reverse Soul Whip was sent flying, and the fist force landed on Ling Mudi's body. His body, which was made of divine steel, was forced back, and there was a fist mark on his chest. Although Ling Mudi was forced back, Bei Jinghong seemed to be the one injured. His face was full of fear as he shouted, "Soul Reversal Whip! It's really the Soul Reversal Whip! You're not a puppet!" The whip had hit his hand and injured his soul. At this moment, there were still silver talismans flashing on the bones of his fist. He felt a little dazed, and his ruddy face rapidly turned pale. Bei Jinghong's forehead was full of cold sweat. He said in a trembling voice, Who are you?" Ling Mudi waved his hand and the reverse soul whip flew back to him. He held it in his hand and finally said, "Since you've already guessed it, you just don't believe it." Bei Jinghong gasped and took a few steps back in fear. He cried out, "Impossible! How could you still be alive? You can live, so why can't I?" Ling Mudi said indifferently. Bei Jinghong calmed himself down a little and said, "Didn't you suppress the rainbow stone and let the black tortoise star palace flow into the void? Did you break your promise?" "Am I a man who breaks his promise?" Ling Mudi asked. "I won't tell you the process. Now, I just want to ask you, where's the tablet spirit?" Bei Jinghong's expression suddenly changed. After a moment, he turned around and laughed. "Ling Mudi, you don't have a physical body anymore and are living in a puppet. Do you still want to get your hands on the Divine Realm tablet?" Ling Mudi didn't care about his sneer. He said indifferently, "Since you already know that I've lost my physical body, it's impossible for me to refine the Divine Realm tablet. How could you have any evil thoughts?" Bei Jinghong said coldly, "What does that monument spirit's whereabouts have to do with you? Could it be that you want to help that kid?" "The Divine Realm tablet will choose its own master," Ling Mudi said. "Since it has chosen Li Yunxiao, I naturally have to help him. As for you, your obsession is too strong, so it's impossible for you to refine the Divine Realm tablet." "You shut up! Why can't I?" Bei Jinghong roared. "On what basis? In what way am I not as good as that little brat? Why can't I get the Divine Realm tablet? Ling Mudi, back then we fought hand in hand. Would you be willing to help me? As long as I get the Divine Realm tablet, I'll definitely find a way to help you rebuild your body." His eyes were filled with desire and anticipation. Ling Mudi lifted his reverse soul whip and strode over. "Since you refuse to come to your senses, I can only cripple your soul and then search for it myself." Bei Jinghong's body trembled as if he couldn't believe it. You want to search my soul?" The reversed soul whip was surging with silver light and striking down from the sky. This was the best answer to the flute of Mu. Boom! Bei Jinghong didn't dare to fight back and quickly retreated. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why? You actually wanted to viciously search my soul." Ling Mudi didn't panic after missing his first attack. Instead, he continued to walk toward Bei Jinghong. The other party was already seriously injured, and it would be difficult for him to turn the tables. The longer this dragged on, the better it would be for him. "Because you're already the cancer of this era. What's the use of keeping you alive?" Ling Mudi said indifferently with the same cold expression. "Cancer? Haha, you said I'm a tumor. If it wasn't for me back then, would you have been able to kill the Demon Master? This world might have been destroyed long ago." Bei Jinghong roared. His eyes were full of hatred. "You did put in a lot of effort." Ling Mudi nodded. "However, even 100,000 years ago, you were not a good person. It was just that the Demon Sealing War involved too many people, and everyone had a responsibility. If you worked for the world, you would also be working for yourself. But what I never expected was that you actually snuck into the seal and tried to seize the power of the Devil Master. Fortunately, you didn't succeed. Even now, when I think about this, I can't help but shudder." Bei Jinghong gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and burn the bridge after crossing it. Ling Mudi, you won't have a good end." Ling Mudi's eyebrows twitched on his cold face. "Bei Jinghong, you're also a formidable man. How can you say such childish words? Was it because he was unwilling to accept his failure? If you don't want to be buried here, then tell me where the tablet spirit is and I can keep you." "Humph! What a big joke. A puppet without a body and you want to keep me? Ha ha ha. Bei Jinghong laughed. Even if I'm injured, I'm not someone you can deal with at this moment. A large amount of demonic chi gushed out from his body, demonizing his entire body. He opened his mouth wide and spat out a golden wheel. He grabbed it in his hand and protected his body. There was a treasure tree carved on the golden wheel, and it was in full bloom. Ling Mudi frowned and didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly with the reverse soul whip in his hand. The heaven-patrolling bulldog stomped its foot and flew to the side of Ling Mudi, facing Bei Jinghong together. On one of MOPU's Dharma images, the demonic pupils in his eyes shrank as he stared at the golden wheel with a cold light. He said coldly, I didn't think that my tree golden wheel would end up in your hands. You've hidden it so well. Bei Jinghong snorted. This golden wheel of the magic tree has been dormant in my dantian for 100,000 years. It has long lost its connection with you and is completely under my control. How can you say that it is hidden? MOPU nodded and said, Back when I crossed worlds to come here, there were 3 saint weapons in my dharma. The battlefield of the ancient gods, the golden wheel of the magical tree, and the yin and yang chi bottles have all been lost, but they are no longer needed. These 3 saint weapons were his personal profound level weapons. Although they were powerful, they couldn't be compared to the 6 paths demonic weapon. Back then, he brought it with him as a habit to use against normal experts. Now that his strength had fallen so much, the 6 paths demonic weapon was naturally his to use. If you want to kill the array spirit, do it now, Xianxia said impatiently. What are you waiting for? I'm still waiting to get out. Although Bei Jinghong had the dermic tree golden wheel, he was severely injured after being hit by the Agon bone-chopping knife and the reverse soul whip. He was no longer a threat. The only worry now was whether MOPU could kill the formation spirit. If he couldn't, everyone would be trapped in the seal, and everything would be in vain. There was nothing to think about. Ling Mudi had also noticed this. The key to everything was the battle between MOPU and the formation spirit. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to attack Bei Jinghong. He only raised the reverse soul whip from time to time to deter Bei Jinghong so that he couldn't heal his injuries in peace. Bei Jinghong was furious, but he couldn't do anything. I'm fighting alone, so you guys can just sit back and reap the benefits? MOPU sneered. What else? Xianxia asked. It's our fault for not being strong enough and being powerless. Moreover, you've taken my demonic chi, so it's my contribution. If you don't want to fight him alone, return my demonic chi and I'll fight him. Tisk. MOPU sneered and said, Get lost and watch carefully. Wait for me to kill this formation spirit. I'll take revenge for the past 100,000 years. Then, I'll deal with you. He was not afraid that Xianxia and the others would run away. As long as they did not cause any trouble, he would be very lucky. Besides, all the experts who could step into the divine realm were distinguished. A cold light flashed in MOPU's eyes. He finally made his move. The arm of Bei Jinghong clenched. An Agon bone cleaver was formed again, which was gently cut toward the array spirit. The two of them had been fighting for 100,000 years, and MOPU knew the strength of the formation spirit like the back of his hand. Although he was confident that he could kill the other party and rush out, he could not win with just a few dozen or 100 moves. Therefore, he was not in a hurry and only made a tentative strike. After all, he had not used a demonic weapon for 100,000 years, and he had only managed to use it twice when he landed on Xianxia's body. Dang! The formation spirit didn't dodge. Instead, it crossed its arms in front of its body and directly used its arms covered with formation rings to block the attack. The formation ring trembled and flickered with colorful light, and the formation spirit was forced back more than 10 zhang. Other than MOPU, everyone's expression changed drastically. It was the first time in his life that he had seen someone so easily resist Agon's bone cleaver. MOPU gave a muffled grunt, but he did not take it to heart. With a flash, his real body appeared in front of the formation spirit. The AMO will treasure on his other arm shone brightly as the 12 fortune wheels on it were unsealed. Like a pagoda piercing through the clouds, it let out the cries of thousands of birds and slashed forward, The formation spirit grabbed the white ring with both hands and released it in front of its body, turning it into a barrier that extended for several dozen zhang. Boom! The Dharma wheel slashed at the white ring, and the 12 fortune wheels spun rapidly, filling the sky with demonic runes. The center of the white ring was originally like a water mirror with a white shimmer. At this moment, it was stirred up and the water was sparkling. The formation spirit's eyes shrank. The water vapor in the white ring kept separating, and the tip of the treasure wheel gradually pierced out. He put his hands together and formed a hand seal. The band on his right arm flew out and turned into 5 colorful birds in the air. They passed through the barrier. Mopu's face sank. He shouted and the Agon bone cleaver flew up, slashing at the 5 colorful birds. Bang! 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 5 saber shadows slashed at the colorful bird, and each slash produced golden light and runes. The 5 colorful birds immediately turned back into formation rings and disappeared in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already on Mopu's body. One ring locked the hand holding the knife, another locked the arm holding the knife, and the last ring flew directly on one of the planes, turning into a hoop that fell down and locked on the forehead. The arm that was holding the Amo Luan Bao was also covered with 2 formation rings, completely locking it down. Mopu was startled. He only felt that the face was having a splitting headache. His 2 arms were as heavy as Mount Tai. He couldn't lift them up and only wanted to sink down. Green light flowed on the formation spirit's body, and its hands quickly formed a seal and hit the center of the barrier. The entire barrier shrank to a diameter of about 10 feet, and it slapped down. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic patterns dancing on the AMO will treasure exploded continuously, and the entire sword was pushed back. The power of the white formation ring was vast and mighty, crushing like a chariot. Mopu's 2 arms drooped down, and his face was filled with pain. He turned his body slightly, and a black light flashed on one of his arms. A pitch-black iron metal was placed in front of him. It was full of cracks like a turtle shell. Boom! The formation ring hit the shield, creating a huge spiritual pressure. The entire space was constantly in a daze, as if it was about to be crushed. Yunxiao was extremely shocked. The frequency of the vast power fluctuated in the air, making his blood boil. He could clearly feel the blood in his body surging and getting hotter. The shield was none other than Ananda Gansha, who had been used by Mopu in the battle against the Heaven Alliance overseas, and had left an impression in Yunxiao's mind. However, it was not the power of the demonic armament that was affecting him, causing his blood to boil and his aura to go berserk, but the fluctuations from the white formation ring. It was as if a flash of inspiration had appeared in his mind, but he could not grasp it. This feeling, Yunxiao's heart was filled with anxiety, as if something important was slipping away, but he could not grasp it. Calm your heart and focus your mind. This is the 10 rules. Suddenly, the sound of the Lingmu flute came from a distance. Lingmu Di's eyes flickered as he looked at Yunxiao's state. He saw that Yunxiao's body was completely red, and his pores were all open, so bright that blood seemed to be dripping out. Yunxiao's body trembled as he suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that this vague, important yet elusive feeling was actually the immortal state rule that countless martial artists had dreamed of, which had disappeared from the heavenly martial arts realm for 100,000 years. With one thought, he was instantly enlightened. He had crossed the peak of martial arts in both of his lives. He had stayed in the realm of divine transcendence for too long and finally felt a slight change. He didn't know when the small ball of spiritual energy in his dantian had started to boil, but it had turned into a trickle of water that nourished his whole body. Wherever it passed, his skin and hair all changed. Bei Jinghong's face was livid. Looking at the changes in Yunxiao's body, he knew that it was a sign that he was about to step into the immortal realm. Leaping from the martial path to the divine path was also an extremely dangerous checkpoint. A moment of carelessness would cause many to lose their lives. Bei Jinghong kept praying in his heart, hoping that Yunxiao would die on the spot, which would save him a lot of trouble. However, things did not go as he wished. Yunxiao's condition was getting better and better, and from time to time, Lightning would burst out of his body, making crackling sounds and then flash and disappear. The magic tree golden wheel in his hand suddenly moved slightly, and the big tree engraved on the wheel suddenly became alive, as if it was swaying under the golden light like the sun. You'd better not do anything stupid. Lingmu Di had been on guard against Bei Jinghong, and when he found that Bei Jinghong was staring at Yunxiao, he became even more vigilant. The reverse soul whip grew in the wind and turned into a silver sword. The sky-patrolling bull also shook its head and barked, the red light on its neck flashing. Bei Jinghong's expression changed several times. His eyes were full of complicated emotions. The golden wheel shook a few times before it finally stopped and its light dimmed. He let out a long sigh in his heart, clearly giving up on making a move at this time. On one hand, he might not be able to succeed if the four of them joined forces. On the other hand, during the process of martial arts stepping into the divine Tao, the rules of 10 directions were condensed. If he was not careful, he could explode and die. Such a huge impact would also cause fatal injuries to him. The two ministers stood still and waited for the situation to change. Moreover, the formation spirit's white ring of light struck Ananda Gansha, and the 10-sided fluctuations of laws that were shaken out were extremely beneficial to his injuries, as if bathing in sunlight. Lingmu Di's eyes flickered. If we can get out of this battle, these rules of the 10 directions will return to the earth, and the entire realm of heavenly martial arts will be renewed and continue for hundreds of millions of years. Humph. Does this have anything to do with you? Bei Jinghong said coldly, It's just a puppet. Why are you pretending to be a saint? No matter how long the realm of heavenly martial arts has existed, you won't be able to see it. Such a selfish person like you won't understand. Lingmu Di shook his head and said, Haha, yes, I'm selfish, but so what? Bei Jinghong laughed. 100,000 years ago, those who weren't selfish back then had all died. But I'm still alive. Only by living can we have hope. Only by living can we climb to a higher peak. And only by living can we have the absolute truth. He was a little excited and looked at Lingmu Di with ridicule and disdain. Of course it's good to be alive, but what's the point of living? Lingmu Di said calmly. All of our former comrades are dead. And even if you and I are still alive, in the next 100,000 years, or even longer in the future, can you bear the torment of loneliness? Bei Jinghong's face twitched and fear flashed in his eyes. But he still gritted his teeth and said, As long as there's hope, I can endure it, just like my 100,000 years of turtle breath. Didn't it still come over? If you're talking about living so badly, why don't you just die? If you had to choose again, would you still be willing to live like this for 100,000 years? Perhaps it's been too long, and you've only become a habit of living. As for me, it's because there's still meaning to my life. At least I won't die in vain. Bei Jinghong couldn't help but tremble. Listening to Mu Di's words brought him a kind of fear. It seemed that the persistence of these 100,000 years was a terrible experience. If he had to do it again, would he choose? He was confused for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. No matter what, 100,000 years had passed. That terrifying thing would not happen again. TSK. Meaning? Everyone's perception of meaning is different. You're not me. So how do you know that I'm meaningless? Bei Jinghong sneered. And what's the meaning of your so-called can't die? Perhaps it's just an excuse for you to be afraid of death. TSK, to put it bluntly, it's better to be alive. Of course it's good to be alive, but you can't live for the sake of living, said Lingmu Di. Of course, I don't know if the meaning you know is true or not. You have to ask yourself. And I'm very meaningful at the moment. And the reason why I still exist at this moment is to help Yunxiao end this demon-sealing war, which has been going on for 100,000 years. His eyes flickered. Completely end it? Bei Jinghong was stunned. He looked down at MOPU and said after a while, Has the demonic realms gate opened? Not yet, Lingmu Di said, but there are already many places where the two worlds have merged. I'm afraid it won't be long before the gates of the demonic world open. If we can't release the 10 rules of this place and create a large number of immortal state warriors, once a large number of demon lords invade, the heavenly martial arts realm will have no power to resist. Bei Jinghong suddenly laughed and said, Ling Mu Di, if you're really thinking about the world, you should help me kill the demon master and let me absorb his power. Then, help me get the divine realm tablet, and I'll lead the world to fight against the creatures of the devil realm. Ha. The one who is truly blessed by the heavens is me. Ling Mu Di said, those who walk different paths can't make plans together. If you're really destined, you can naturally kill MOPU and snatch the divine realm tablet. If you can't, I hope you can recognize yourself. This calamity is the greatest test of your so-called destiny. Bei Jinghong said angrily, I'm seriously injured now. If you don't help me, how can I kill the devil master and snatch the divine realm tablet? Ling Mu Di sneered and said sarcastically, that's your own business. You have destiny with you. What are you afraid of? Bei Jinghong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It was as if his chest had been hit by a hammer. He was extremely depressed. Although the two of them were chatting happily, they were still on guard against each other. They were comrades from 100,000 years ago and knew each other well. They knew that the other was not simple and did not dare to be careless. After receiving the advice from the Lingmu flute, Yunxiao immediately calmed down and sat cross-legged in the void in the distance, trying to comprehend the power of laws. Bai Mingnan stood with his sword in hand, protecting him. The crocodile's eyes were also bloodshot, and they flickered with a vigilant and fierce light. It lay on its stomach beside Yunxiao and kept a vigilant eye on its surroundings. Due to his carelessness, one of MOPU's dharma and arms were sealed by the formation spirit, and he was instantly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Ananda Gansha had blocked the white formation ring. The entire sealed space was squashed by the spiritual pressure, as if it were two different worlds. The hands with the formation rings hurriedly let go of the MO weapon. His 10 fingers formed a seal, one above and one below in front of his body. The Dharma power with the hoop calmed down and muttered to itself. The 5 formation rings began to spin under the attack of the demonic chi, emitting colorful lights to resist the demonic chi. The formation spirit saw that it couldn't suppress it after a long time and retracted its hand. Its right hand formed a seal and its left hand waved forward. Another 5 formation rings flew out of his hands and turned into 5 colorful dragons. They spiraled and grew to several feet long, trying to bind the other party. In your dreams, you're courting death, MOPU shouted angrily. He raised his arm and a bronze battle axe appeared in his hand. He then swept it out. Boom! The 5 colored dragons were scattered and turned back into formation rings, disappearing in a flash. Can the same trick always work? The magic image of Pop was cold. One of its arms shook and its 5 fingers clenched. A pitch-black chain landed in his hand and transformed into a nebula that revolved around him. Bang! 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 The sound of the formation rings being hit rang out in succession. 5 formation rings appeared, but they trembled up and down as the iron chain passed through them. They wanted to escape, causing the iron chain to clatter. The formation spirit's eyes shrank, while MOPU revealed a ferocious expression as he suddenly grabbed Ananda Gansha and pushed him up. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual pressure between Ananda Gansha and the white formation ring exploded, and the terrifying power turned into a vortex that swallowed the two of them. In the distance, Yunxiao's face turned red. Suddenly, he let out a cry and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The rule force of 10 directions was too unstable. Moreover, the energy fluctuations from the intense battle between the two were too strong. It directly affected his blood and chi, causing them to go berserk and his internal organs to be damaged. Ha ha ha! Bei Jinghong was shocked by the terrible explosion, but when he saw Yunxiao vomit blood and fail to advance, he could not help but laugh in ecstasy. He was overjoyed from the bottom of his heart, and he didn't even try to hide it. Ha ha ha! Ling Mu Di, is this the destiny you were talking about? If you fail to advance to the Supreme Dao stage, even if you don't die, your cultivation will fall. The person with the destiny that you support will end here. Bei Jinghong sneered. Ling Mu Di was also shocked and anxious, but he didn't dare to go too far away from Bei Jinghong, in case he suddenly attacked. which would be more troublesome. He could only watch from afar and use his spiritual sense to sense it. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, Yunxiao's red body returned to normal, and he continued to perform incantation gestures with one hand while sitting cross-legged in meditation. Bei Jinghong frowned and sneered. Failing to advance in such an important stage means that your future is ruined, and you will never be able to advance again. He's already in this state, but he can still pretend to be so calm. TSK, as expected of the protection of destiny. Ha ha ha. Lingmu Di was a little surprised. Yunxiao did not look like he was pretending, and he had really continued meditating. He could sense elemental energy fluctuations from his body, which were constantly increasing. It was clear that he was accumulating strength to continue breaking through. How is this possible? Lingmu Di himself was also in disbelief. Bei Jinghong was right. The martial Dao and the divine Dao were two completely different levels. If one failed to cross the gap, he would basically be scrapped for life and would never be able to advance again. But at this moment, Yunxiao looked as if he was fine. Could it be that Xianxia? Lingmu Di suddenly thought of a possibility, but he was not sure. The vortexes created by the bombardment of Anandagansha and the white ring of arrays did not extinguish for a long time, and the energy kept surging out, constantly affecting the primordial energy fluctuations in Yunxiao's body. Although he hadn't successfully broken through, he could clearly feel the changes in his body after being cleansed by the spiritual energy. The 10 laws also followed the impact of the aftershock and crashed onto his body like ocean waves. The origin power in his body was continuously transformed into spirit energy. After going through large and small circulations, it returned to his dantian and settled down. How is this possible? Bei Jinghong had also sensed the changes in Yunxiao. His eyes widened like copper bells, and he shook his head hard, unable to believe what he had seen. At that moment, Yunxiao's face was calm, and his skin turned as smooth as jade, emitting a white light. Then, a 5-colored glaze flickered on his body, making him crystal clear. Xiaofeng Ken's light glass body. Bei Jinghong cried out in shock. No wonder he's fine even though he failed to break through. It's just that he only has a bright glass body. It shouldn't be like this. Yunxiao's current appearance was exactly what he looked like after he had successfully advanced. But he was stabilizing his cultivation base and building the foundation of his divine Dao. At this moment, his dantian was in a completely different state. It was as if it had expanded more than 10 times like a universe. The amount of spiritual energy it could contain had also increased by more than 10 times. No wonder the immortal state can extend one's life and allow one to climb to higher realms. This is the effect that can't be achieved no matter how you cultivate martial arts. Even if you're a divine transcendence expert, you can't compare to a true immortal realm expert. Yunxiao thought to himself, it's not just the quality of my strength, but also the volume of my dantian. A true immortal realm expert could defeat a divine transcendent realm expert. It's true. It's really a success. Bei Jinghong stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. Could it be that Xianxia, he really is Xianxia's destiny? Lingmu Di also felt relieved and said, having Xiao Fengsan's light glass body might have helped with the breakthrough. But more importantly, he has already reached the divine transcendence realm. The phenomenon just now shouldn't be classified as a breakthrough, but a transformation. Convert. Bei Jinghong was stunned and confused. He didn't know the current situation in the realm of heavenly martial arts, nor did he know about the divine transcendence and the peak of perfection after martial arts. Lingmu Di briefly explained the situation of the realm of heavenly martial arts and briefly described the two realms. Hearing this, Bei Jinghong was stunned and said, no wonder. He has already reached the true immortal realm. It's just that he doesn't have the 10 rules to transform his origin power and open his dantian. No wonder you can try again after failing. Li Yunxiao has become the first person to step into the immortal realm in the past 100,000 years. Lingmu Di said. Now that you believe in his destiny, do you still want to snatch the divine realm tablet? At our level, we should have respect for the heavenly Dao. Do you really want to go against the heavenly Dao? Bei Jinghong trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his temples as he looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. Nen also revealed a rare look of joy. Congratulations. Xianxia was naturally very happy as well. He cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks." After stepping into the immortal state, not only did he feel that his strength had increased, but his soul power had also been greatly enhanced. His eyes and ears were sharper, and the range of his divine sense had increased. He looked at the vortex in front of him and said worriedly, "I wonder how the demon master and the array spirit are doing. They're at a stalemate, but if this continues..." He raised his head and looked at the 33 ceiling formation lights in the sky, then said, "I'm not sure. If we continue fighting like this, even if we can't destroy the formation spirit, the space here will collapse and we can still get out." Suddenly, a hand reached out from the vortex, grabbed the Agon bone cleaver, and swung it down. Boom! The huge saber radiance fell and cut the entire vortex in half. The chaotic energy between heaven and earth shattered, turning into squalls that scattered to the sides. Even Xianxia and the others, who were standing a distance away, were forced to take a few steps back by the power of the astral wind. Mopu's figure emerged from the vortex, and the formation rings on the Dharma were all gone. It seemed that he had the upper hand in the attack just now. Not only did he repel the formation spirit, but he also recovered from the state of suppression. The 6 demonic eyes looked into the void. With a shake of his body, he put away the 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma form and the 5 demonic weapons, leaving only his true body holding the Agama bone-cutting blade. The power required to maintain the Dharmakaya was too great, and it was impossible to kill the formation spirit in a short time. He could only make long-term plans. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor, and the space exploded. The place where Mopu was standing suddenly collapsed. The void under his feet cracked, and his whole body sank inside. Rings of arrays appeared around him, arranged in a cone from top to bottom. Although there were only 23 of them, they seemed to form a bottomless abyss, trapping Mopu in it. His body kept falling as if there was no end. Mopu waved his bone cleaver and made hand seals with one hand, constantly changing his figure. In the eyes of Xianxia and the others, he was simply stuck in the 23 array rings, and his body kept falling. However, no matter how he changed his form, he could not come out of the formation ring. A ray of green light appeared outside the formation ring. It was the formation spirit. In a flash, it appeared behind Mopu. It grabbed the white formation ring and struck it towards his head. But he was completely unaware. Startled, Xianxia hurriedly performed an incantation gesture with both hands and opened his mouth. A dragon's roar poured out of his mouth and shot straight into the sky. If Mopu died, they would not need to go out. Mopu's entire body trembled. The dragon's roar pierced through and woke him up. He immediately sensed something and suddenly slashed back with his saber. Bang! The Agama hit the formation ring, sending a white mist into the air. It fell like frost and snow, and when it landed on the body, it made a sizzling sound of corrosion, and the demonic chi rolled. The formation spirit's expression turned serious. He made a hand seal with one hand, and the 23 formation rings shrank rapidly, crashing toward Mopu. Boom! Mopu was instantly shattered by the formation ring. All of his devil aura was attached to the Agama, cutting a path out and flying away. The formation spirit waved its right hand, and those formation rings chased after it. In the sky, only a saber could be seen fleeing, followed by more than 20 rings of light, closely chasing after it. Clang! Clang clang! The formation rings finally caught up and struck the Agama, binding it. Mopu's real body was also revealed, and he was tied up like a dumpling by the 23 array rings. Although the formation spirit didn't have any expression, it clearly felt a happy expression on its face. Suddenly, that happy expression turned into shock. Bound by the formation ring, Mopu sneered and said indifferently, "After fighting for 100,000 years, you're still so innocent. What if I don't meet such a cute opponent like you in the future? I'll definitely miss you." Xiao's heart trembled as well. Black iron chains appeared around the array spirit, taking the shape of a star and binding it. Behind the formation spirit, a black shadow appeared, which was Mopu. He held a bronze battle axe and slashed down. The formation spirit struggled a few times, and the iron chain kept shaking. Countless runes surged on it, but it couldn't break free. Boom! The bronze battle axe struck the formation spirit's head and exploded. The upper half of the formation spirit's body exploded, and the ally Xuanzang cut directly into the formation spirit's belly button. A large area of blue crystals was dyed black by the demonic qi. The shattered blue crystals didn't fly away. Instead, they circled in the air and condensed into human figures again. They waved their white rings and struck down. What? Mopu was shocked and wanted to pull back his axe to face the enemy, but he found that the battle axe had already been clamped. The half-broken array spirit reached out to grab the axe handle, and its body flowed like a viscous liquid, also turning into a human. The axe was still embedded in it, and the blue liquid was flowing up the axe. With a hand seal, he slapped the battle axe's handle, and the ally Xuanzang immediately disappeared. The blue liquid didn't disperse even though it lost its support. Instead, it condensed into a huge hand and grabbed over. Mopu suddenly turned around and fled. Just as he turned into a ray of light and flew up, the formation spirit in the sky shot down with a white ring and hit him. Bang! Devil essence exploded and Pu's clone was instantly blown to pieces. The formation spirit in the sky retracted the white ring, while the formation spirit below continued to melt. A large amount of viscous liquid flew up and fused into the body of the formation spirit in the sky. Soon, the two of them returned to one. Xianxia was still in the star-shaped formation, quietly floating in the air. After the formation spirit broke free, its figure flickered and flew towards Mopu, who was bound by the 23 formation rings. What? Mopu's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "You're all still watching the show. Come and help me." The 23 formation rings were all embedded in his body, so tight that there was no room for them to loosen. No matter how he changed, the formation rings would change with him like maggots in a tarsal bone. Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Stop joking. We can't participate in a battle of this level. We're just cannon fodder. You're trying to kill us with a borrowed knife, aren't you? You still have the mood to tease me at this time? If I die, no one can leave this place," said Mopu anxiously. Xiao spread his hands and said helplessly, "Then let's not go back. If we don't go back, we can still live. If we attack this formation spirit, we'll die directly." Just now, Lord Bei Jinghong also said that it's good to be alive. Bei Jinghong's body trembled. He immediately thought of being trapped here until the end of his life and couldn't help but feel fear. "No, I don't want to stay. I want to leave," he roared loudly, and his figure flashed, turning into a shooting star and rushing over. The magic tree's golden will let out a toot-toot sound and transformed into a magical tree in front of Mopu. It was full of vitality and formed a world of its own. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a tree. The formation spirit flew over and struck down with the white ring. With a hong-long sound, the tree trembled violently. After shaking a few times, it suddenly collapsed, turning into white ash that flew away. Bei Jinghong was immediately seriously injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the golden wheel of the magic tree. He stood in the air and was about to fall. Fortunately, the formation spirit's target was not him. After shaking him away with one blow, it continued to grab the white ring and hit Mopu. Mopu's eyelids twitched. Looking at Bei Jinghong's appearance, the corners of his mouth raised slightly and he said sarcastically, "Oh, I was going to trick Xiao into coming here and kill him with the array spirit, but, although his strength is not as good as yours, his intelligence is several levels higher than yours. Bei Jinghong, he. Perhaps this is the reason why you can't take away all my power for 100,000 years. I have no choice but to kill Li Yunxiao in person in the future." Bei Jinghong spat out another mouthful of blood and finally passed out, falling to the dark ground. Lingmudi's figure flickered as he caught him and handed him to Yunxiao. Trap him in the Divine Realm tablet and use the Tusada Heavenly Peak to suppress him. This person knows the whereabouts of the spirit in the monument. Yunxiao called out the Divine Realm tablet and threw Bei Jinghong into it. Then, with a grab of his right hand, he put away the golden wheel of the magical tree and said, "You took my dynasty bell, and now I'm taking a wheel. We're even." Mopu glanced at the Divine Realm tablet from the corner of his eye. With a bang, he transformed into a true fiend Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms. Although he was restrained by the formation ring in front of him, the other 2 Dharma forms quickly formed hand seals. A ball appeared on his 4 arms and was suddenly thrown into the sky, condensing into a cloud of stars. At the same time, he used one of his arms to block the white ring with the AMO disc. The nebula spun in the sky and quickly expanded to half an acre in size. The terrifying power completely suppressed the 2 of them. Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he immediately understood the trick. "Hurry up. Try to stay as far away as possible." He suddenly put away the Divine Realm tablet, turned into a flash of lightning, and wrapped up Lingmu Di and the others, then fled into the distance. The formation spirit also frowned, as if it felt that it was extraordinary. He suddenly bent his body and retreated. The 33 rings on his body flew out and spread out in front of him. Mopu grinned. The Dharma form in front of him also regained its freedom. The MO weapons on its 6 arms flew up and were all absorbed into the nebula above. At the same time, the 3 faces of the apparition became ferocious, solemn, and cold. The 6 arms of the apparition formed different seals and trembled violently. Finally, the 6 arms stretched out, and the nebula suddenly fell. Star Jade explode! Boom, boom, boom! A destructive power burst out from the nebula. 6 weapons were arranged in a formation, and the power of the impact instantly annihilated the 2 of them. Mopu's face was also filled with fear. His body was constantly breaking apart, turning into the most primitive demonic chi. However, he still remained motionless, his 6 arms forming hand seals as he stood still. In the end, he was swallowed by the power of the Star Jade explosion. The formation spirit also arranged 33 formation rings to resist the terrifying impact. Starting from the outer layer, the formation rings exploded one by one, and in an instant more than 10 were broken. Over the past 100,000 years, the 2's powers had both dropped too much. Under Bei Jinghong's gaze, Mopu's energy was being drained rapidly. His only hope of escaping this place was to activate the power of the 6 Paths demonic weapon and kill the true spirit. Mopu had been full of confidence before, but after a few moves, he realized that his control of the demonic weapon was no longer as good as it had been 100,000 years ago. He could only take the risk and perform this divine skill that even he himself could not control. More than half of the 33 array rings were finally destroyed by the power of the demonic explosion. In the end, there were only 7 rings left. They also emitted a blinding light and trembled continuously. More than half of the formation spirit's body had been annihilated, turning into powder and dissipating into the dust, leaving only half of its body, and it could barely move. The apparition exploded and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The 2 heads and 4 arms behind it were completely destroyed, and the 6 Paths demonic weapon was nowhere to be seen. Ha, ha, ha. He struggled and laughed a few times. He felt very comfortable and did not know what he was laughing about. The 33 heavens seal in the sky began to surge with flowing light, and storms kept appearing. The clearly separated levels began to merge, which was a sign of collapse. The formation spirit's stiff body suddenly moved, and it made a hand seal in front of it. However, as soon as the seal was formed, the 5 fingers shattered with a bang, and even the last bit of power to form the seal was lost. However, the formation spirit's expression remained calm. It opened its mouth, and a silver light came out. There seemed to be a strange sound coming from the formation spirit's body. It passed through the silver light, and several silver talismans immediately flew out to replace the seal. Mopu frowned and stared coldly at the formation spirit. It was not that he was waiting for death, but that he no longer had any strength to resist. It was just that he didn't expect the formation spirit to actually be so tenacious. The 7 formation rings started to merge under the silver talisman. In the end, they turned into one and pressed down. Boom, boom, boom. The formation ring didn't fly very fast, but it let out the sound of wind and thunder, and imprinted itself in front of Mopu. Mopu cried out in pain, and a colorful halo appeared on his forehead. After the formation spirit finished this action, it opened its mouth again and spat out a huge amount of water. Like a silver river, it poured down and washed away Mopu, causing him to fall towards the boundless earth. Boom! A deep pit was created on the black ground below, and it turned into a vast ocean in an instant. This was the array spirit's last resort of 7 rings demon seal and 3,000 weak water. Its body turned into blue dust as it spat out water and scattered into the void. In the end, he vomited all the water and disappeared. Just at the place where the formation spirit disappeared, a dot of golden light suddenly appeared. It became stronger and stronger, and with a schwa sound, it turned into a talisman that slowly floated down. Not far away, Yunxiao, Lingmu Di, and the others appeared. Lingmu Di was stunned for a moment as he watched the golden talisman slowly fall. He then raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. The talisman immediately flew over and fell into his palm. All its light disappeared. It was just an ordinary paper talisman, and the runes on it were extremely strange, which Yunxiao had never seen before. Bai Mingnan couldn't help but say, "Darren, this talisman Pichio?" "I understand." Lingmu Di interrupted him. This Upper 9 Deities Palace talisman was the last move left by the universe god in the past to prevent the Devil Master from coming back after the formation spirit was destroyed. This talisman could transform into the Upper 9 Deities Palace to suppress the Devil Master again, but it would only delay time. Once the formation spirit is destroyed, it means that the seal of 100,000 years has come to an end. There's no need to waste this talisman. Yunxiao was shocked when he heard that. What's the situation with the demon lord now? Lingmu Di looked at the sky. The level of the 33 heavens had been completely broken, and the light gradually gathered into a ball. The demon master has been suppressed by the formation spirit's last use of the 3,000 streams of Ruo Shui, but it's only a temporary measure. I don't know how long he can be sealed for. It's only a matter of time before he comes out again. My lord, I have a question, Yunxiao said with a frown. Since the Devil Lord is the entrance to the Devil world, does that mean that he can only be suppressed forever and can never be killed? We've thought about this for a long time back then, Lingmu Di said. The reason why the Devil Master is the entrance to the Devil world is because of the 6 Paths Devil weapon. The 6 Paths demonic weapon was a saint weapon that was born with the heaven and earth when the demonic dimension was created. It had an extremely strong seal of the world. As for the solution, there are many ideas, but none of them can be confirmed. He looked at the sky and said, "We'll talk about this in the future. We can't stay here for long. There will be a strong impact later. We need to be careful and wait for an opportunity to leave." Yunxiao summoned Lingmu Di and the others into the Divine Realm Tablet and unleashed his indestructible golden body. At the same time, he summoned the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword, which spun around him to protect him. Then, he rushed toward the 33 heavens, ready to break through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Somewhere in the southern region, a ray of colorful light suddenly tore the earth apart, broke through the sky, and rushed into the clouds. Looking down from the sky, one could see the ground collapsing continuously. The area within 10,000 miles was like a terrifying volcano, illuminating the entire sky. In the pillar of light that shot up to the sky, a little golden light shot out and disappeared thousands of feet away before it revealed itself. The man was Yunxiao, who was silently watching the great changes in the world. He could clearly feel the power of rules from all directions gushing out, and the amazing spiritual qi spreading in all directions. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before all the strong cultivators in the realm of heavenly martial arts could sense the rules and step into the immortal state. He identified the direction and looked over. This place was still within Firecrow Empire's territory, not far from Tianshui and Yanwu. Firecrow Empire would probably be the biggest beneficiary. If all the martial artists in the world sensed the power of rules and followed its trail, all the peak 9-star experts in the world would probably gather in Firecrow Empire. After all, the rule force here was the strongest, and it would take hundreds of years for it to enter heaven and earth. In the next hundreds of years, the southern region might become the leader of the 4 regions. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to avoid fighting and fighting within 10,000 miles. This place is not far from Yanwu, so I can go back and have everyone strengthen their vigilance. Yunxiao thought for a moment and could not help but smile wryly. With the strength of Yanwu, it was useless to strengthen the security. Although the rules would gradually spread into heaven and earth, the best place to break through was within 100 miles of this sealed land. As long as they could increase the probability by a little, those peak 9-star experts would come over with all their might. They could not stop them at all. Let's not worry about it for now. The unsealing of the seal this time is also a great opportunity for Yanwu. After making up his mind, Yunxiao's figure flickered as he headed in the direction of Yanwu. After Mount Meru's downpour of spiritual energy, the city of Yanwu was now a rare spiritual mountain, even in the entire heavenly martial realm. Countless martial artists, including those from the east, west, and north regions, had come to the city. Yanwu had expanded more than 10 times over the past few years, and had become the leader of the entire southern region. However, with the disappearance of Mount Meru, the concentration of spiritual energy also began to decrease. However, a few years ago, after a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above Tianshui, an amazing amount of spiritual energy came out of nowhere and was continuously absorbed by the spirit-gathering array around Yanwu. After that strange phenomenon, all the major sects in the southern region had sent many masters to investigate, and they all believed that there was a huge mine vein near Tianshui, but they returned with nothing. Some sects were unwilling to give up, and even experts from the other 3 regions continued to explore for a long time, but they found nothing and had to give up. Now, everyone was worried about the spiritual energy in Yanwu, and no one knew how long it could last. Once the spirit chi was exhausted, this prosperous world would instantly turn into clouds and smoke. In fact, many sects had already begun to make plans to evacuate. In order to slow down the consumption of spiritual energy, Yanwu began to impose a large number of restrictions on foreign martial artists. Those who wanted to cultivate in the city had to pay a large number of primordial stones. To the southeast of the city lord's office, not far away, there was an astrological platform in the shape of an iron tower. It was the highest point in Yanwu and was used to observe the astronomical phenomena. However, that was only a publicity stunt. Some insiders knew that the purpose of this astrological station was to monitor the spiritual energy in Yanwu. In the past month, the amount of spiritual energy that has entered the city is 70,000 degrees, while the rate of consumption is 110,000 degrees, which is 40,000 degrees. The difference in speed last month was 37,000 degrees, and the consumption of spiritual energy is still increasing. Several alchemists immediately reported to Jia Rong after observing the situation. In an exquisitely decorated room, Jia Rong, dressed in a brocade robe, was leaning on a reclining chair with his eyes half closed, his eyes a little cloudy. The few alchemists were all third-tier alchemists, and they dared not act rashly in front of him, so they stood aside obediently. They knew that Jia Rong must be in a bad mood at the moment. The last time he reported that the speed difference was 37,000 degrees. Jia Rong had flown into a rage and almost hit someone on the spot. This month's difference in temperature had increased by 40,000 degrees. The few of them broke out in cold sweat and prepared their defenses in case a saber flew over. Jia Rong had become a 5th-tier alchemist 2 years ago. Although his speed was extremely fast, he had not made any progress since then, and had not made any further breakthroughs. He also knew that his foundation was very ordinary, and it was already a great fortune for him to be able to become a 5th-tier alchemist. This was also thanks to Yanwu's development in the past few years, which had brought in all kinds of spirit pills and cultivation techniques. Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had always been very supportive of the city's construction and was very keen to establish a relationship with them, which was why they had the opportunity to reach their current stage. So 2 years ago, when he was stuck at the 5th step, although he was unwilling, he had accepted his fate. Therefore, in the past 2 years, he had slowed down the study of alchemy and began to put all kinds of energy into the construction of Yanwu, especially the construction of the alchemist team. After all, the development of a sect was based on a large number of resources, followed by the cultivation of alchemists and warriors. Thanks to the development of Yanwu in the past few years, alchemists had been coming to stay for a few days for various reasons, so a team of alchemists had been barely established. Although this team could not even be considered as trash in the world, they were already the strongest existence in the entire southern mountain range. 40,000 degrees? After a long time, Jia Rong opened his eyes and said slowly. His tone was as heavy as his expression, and the other alchemists did not dare to speak at all. How many warriors have entered this month? Asked Jia Rong. This data has been calculated by the city lord's office. An alchemist said hurriedly. We haven't gotten the information yet, but I've heard some rumors that new warriors have basically been cut off from entering the city, unless they are satisfied with extremely harsh conditions. Jia Rong remained silent. This was not a rumor, but a fact. In order to delay the exhaustion of spiritual energy, Yanwu's opening to the outside world became tighter and tighter, almost to the point of being closed off. However, he still couldn't stop the speed of the trade from increasing.